Get started.
Yep.
All right. We are on the record for hearings in the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for July 20th, 2022. I am Stephen Nelson, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9 a.m. There are 3 cases on the docket today. I'm going to consolidate all 3 cases for hearing purposes, and the records in these cases will be consolidated. However, the Commission may still issue separate orders in these cases. I will call all of these cases to be heard together in a single hearing. I'm going to allow the applicant to present its entire case in these matters. After that, I will invite anyone else who is present today and wishes to testify to come forward and provide testimony. There is a sign-up sheet for the people present in the room here today. After the applicant finishes presenting its case, I will be calling names in order from the sign-up sheet. You must appear at the time you are called, or you will be removed to the end of the list. I will call the cases now. Case number 29450, application of Dakota Gasification Company requesting consideration for the geologic storage of a carbon dioxide from the Great Plains Synfuels plant located in sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, 18, 19, Township 145 North, Range 87 West, sections 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 22, 23, 24, Township 145 North, Range 88 West, sections 30, 31, 32, Township 146 North, Range 87 West, sections 25, 26, 27, 33, 34, 35, 36, Township 146 North, Range 88 West, Mercer County, North Dakota, pursuant to North Dakota Administrative Code, Section 430501. Case number 29451, application of Dakota Gasification Company to consider amalgamation of the storage reservoir pore space, in which the Commission may require that the pore space owned by non-consenting owners be included in the geologic storage facility and subject to geologic storage, as required to operate the Dakota Gasification Company storage facility located in sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, 18, 19, Township 145 North, Range 87 West, sections 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 22, 23, 24, Township 145 North, Range 88 West, sections 30, 31, 32, Township 146 North, Range 87 West, sections 25, 26, 27, 33, 34, 35, 36, Township 146 North, Range 88 West, Mercer County, North Dakota, in the Broom Creek Formation pursuant to North Dakota Century Code, Section 382210. And case number 29452, application of Dakota Gasification Company for an order of the Commission determining the amount of financial responsibility for the geological storage of carbon dioxide from the Great Plains Synfuels plant in the storage facility located in sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, 18, 19, Township 145 North, Range 87 West, sections 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 22, 23, 24, Township 145 North, Range 88 West, sections 30, 31, 32, Township 146 North, Range 87 West, sections 25, 26, 27, 33, 34, 35, 36, Township 146 North, Range 88 West, Mercer County, North Dakota, in the Broom Creek Formation pursuant to North Dakota Administrative Code Section 43050109.1. Will the applicant's attorney and representatives please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Excuse me, Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in these consolidated matters on behalf of Dakota Gasification Company.
All right. And you have your witnesses here?
Yes, we do. Mr. Examiner, in previous hearings like this, we've had, I'll refer to it as sort of a mass swearing. We would request that that take place now.
And the request is granted. I will swear, I will read it one time and then have each individual witness agree.
Okay.
That sounds good.
So all the people who are going to testify need to stand up. Or may testify.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief? I guess we can maybe, yeah, I guess everyone can respond.
Yes.
Has everyone responded?
Is there anyone who didn't? All right, thank you. You may sit down. All right, we can begin with your first witness.
Okay. Mr. Examiner, also in past hearings like this, we've called witnesses as a group. I think we've found that many times if we have a similar subject matter and have more than one witness, a question may come to a witness and that witness will say, oh, the next witness is going to address it, and we go back and forth. So the first group of witnesses we'd like to call are Mr. Daniel Schaff Gallagher, and Mr. Mike Murray.
Please make sure your microphones are on when you begin.
Good. Good. Daniel, would you state your full name, please?
Daniel Schaff Gallagher,
And Daniel, by whom are you employed?
Basin Electric Power Cooperative,
And in what capacity?
as Director of Commodity Sales and Trading.
And perhaps you can just speak up a little bit, maybe talk a little closer into the mic.
Sure.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities in that capacity?
I'm responsible for managing the sales and trading activities of all of DGC's products. There's 12 in total, which includes fertilizers, fuels, chemicals, and gases, including carbon dioxide.
And since this commission, typically regulates the exploration of oil and gas, they've had a couple hearings now on CO2 sequestration, none having to do with a synfuels plant. Would you provide for us just a little bit of history with respect to the Dakota Gasification Company plant?
The Dakota Gasification Plant, the synfuels plant, was built in response to the 1970s energy crisis as part of the United States' strategic objective of achieving energy independence. At the time, there were concerns about U.S. natural gas production and the ability for the United States to meet the demands of the United States' demands for natural gas. And so as part of the strategic objective of the United States to achieve that demand, the synfuels plant was part of the solution to fulfill the United States natural gas supply.
And the synthetic fuel, it's basically taking coal and turning it into natural gas, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. When did the synfuels plant, which is now the Dakota Gasification Company plant, when did that first go into service?
In 1984 is when the lignite coal to synthetic gas operations began. And at that time, synthetic natural gas was the primary product of the facility. There were two other smaller products of sulfur and anhydrous ammonia.
Okay. And shortly after the plant went into operation, what happened?
Shortly thereafter, the private owners ran into financial difficulties operating the facility and did not meet their obligations to the U.S. Department of Energy. So the U.S. Department of Energy then became owners of the facility, and through a federal sales process, that is when Basin Electric Power Cooperative acquired the plant. And so since that time, Dakota Gasification Company has owned and operated the synfuels plant. And as previously mentioned, Dakota Gasification Company is a wholly owned subsidiary of Basin Electric Power Cooperative.
So the Department of Energy, when the private companies defaulted, they set up a bidding process, and Basin Electric was the successful bidder.
That's correct.
Okay. What has changed at the plant since DGC has taken over the plant?
DGC has evolved over time and has continued to diversify its products, utilizing the infrastructure that's on site as well as the existing feedstocks that are part of the gasification process. There have been four main improvements over time. First beginning in the late 80s, early 90s, when phenol, crystallic acid, and naphtha were further refined to be new products as part of the coal gasification process. Then second, in the mid-90s, the plant's sulfur removal technology and flue gas for environmental compliance was replaced with a technology to convert flue gas sulfur dioxide into a value-added fertilizer product, ammonium sulfate. And at that same time, an ammonia synthesis unit was added to the plant in order to fulfill regional fertilizer demand. The next major improvement to the facility occurred in the year 2000, when the plant began to deliver carbon dioxide by pipeline to Canadian oil fields for enhanced oil recovery. And then the last major improvement to the facility occurred in 2018, when a urea synthesis facility was added to the facility, and that takes anhydrous ammonia and converts it into urea and diesel exhaust fluid, and that also provided an opportunity to capture beverage-grade carbon dioxide.
Okay, so in summary, when Basin purchased the plant, there were a couple byproducts that were produced, but over time of your operating the plant, you've had an opportunity to develop more byproducts and presumably make more money.
That's correct.
You mentioned carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide, I understand, has always been produced from the plant, and you've managed that, as you mentioned just a bit ago, by transporting some of that carbon dioxide for enhanced oil recovery. Can you go into a little bit more detail as to where that carbon dioxide was going for the enhanced oil project and how much was being used and that sort of thing?
Sure. So carbon dioxide is inherently part of the production process of a gasification facility. And so in many respects, DGC has been managing carbon dioxide since 1988. The carbon dioxide stream that we're speaking of is captured at the Rectisol facility, and the stream itself is approximately 96% carbon dioxide. The other constituents in the stream are hydrocarbons, methane, nitrogen, and approximately 1.2% hydrogen sulfide. So since the inception of the plant, the concept of utilizing this gas stream has been considered. And there were discussions in the early days, in the 1980s, with oil companies about how to make use of this gas stream for enhanced oil recovery. As previously mentioned, that vision did come to fruition in the year 2000 when 2 compressors were built on site to compress the CO2 and transport it through a 205-mile pipeline to deliver carbon dioxide to southern Saskatchewan. The project was then later expanded in the year 2005, where an additional compressor was added, an additional Canadian customer was added as well, and so the compressor station today is a total of 3 compressors. And so to date, DGC has transported to Canada approximately 43 million metric tons of carbon dioxide for enhanced oil recovery operations.
Okay, if DGC has a market for this CO2 that's being produced from the plant, why are we here? What's the need for this project?
So the Canadian deliveries will continue through the terms of those existing sales contracts. However, between the start of this project and the time of those sales contracts expiring, there is excess capacity in the plant operations. So the difference then between the carbon dioxide operating capacity with the 3 compressors in operation and the sales volume that's occurring to the Canadian customers will be permanently sequestered. After those sales contracts expire, the entire carbon dioxide stream will be sequestered. And to clarify, that's the entire carbon dioxide stream with 3 compressor operations at the facility. So to kind of quantify this a little bit, at the start of the project, the Great Plains CO2 sequestration project will sequester approximately 1 million metric tons every 12 months. And then approximately in the mid-20s, the project will sequester approximately 2.6 million metric tons of CO2 per year.
That's all the questions I have for this witness. And I guess we could move to the next witness if we're going to follow the same procedure that we've done in the past.
Sure, I
Mr.
can
Examiner?
question them as the group, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Our next witness is Mike Murray. Mike, you've been sworn, correct?
Yes, I have.
Would you state your full name for the record, please?
Michael Murray.
And Mike, by whom are you employed?
I am employed by Basin Electric Power Cooperative.
In what capacity?
I am the Director of Property and Right-of-Way.
And can you briefly describe for us your work experience and educational background?
So I have a bachelor's degree in management from Minot State University. I've been at Basin Electric since 1990, and in my current role, managing the Property and Right-of-Way Department since 2008. And our primary duties are, besides new acquisition of land rights for our facilities, is landowner relations, and specifically to this project was overseeing the pore space acquisition process.
Okay. And Mike, I'm going to direct your attention to an Exhibit A that's part of Exhibit 1, and it's attached to the, it's attached to the storage agreement as Exhibit A. And what I would like you to do, Mike, is just identify that exhibit for us, or that part of the exhibit, and then briefly describe what's contained upon it.
Okay, so the Exhibit A is the pore space project area, which contains approximately 15,979 acres. It is defined in the black boundary that is identified on the map. And not sure what other information you're looking for.
I think just generally, I want to give the commission staff an opportunity to just view it on a map. And I know you've touched on this, but what did you say are the total number of acres in this area that's outlined in black that we refer to as the storage area?
15,979.
Okay. And you were involved in taking pore space leases on those lands within the storage area, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And how many acres in the storage area has DGC leased?
15,479.
So how many acres remain unleased?
Just shy of 500, like 499.9.
Okay. And how many owners within the storage, how many owners are there within the storage area?
There are 20 individual landowners within the storage area.
And how many of those owners has DGC leased?
16 of those.
And of the 4 that DGC has not leased yet, can you explain for the commission staff what efforts DGC has made to lease those 4 owners?
So with the 4 owners, actually all the owners, including the 4 unleased owners, we've made a variety of contacts ranging from personal visits to phone calls to emails, sending letters. And for those 4 unsigned landowners, we've made anywhere from 3 up to 15 individual contacts. 3 because the one landowner, even with the assistance of his family, he can't be found for medical reasons. And then other landowners that we just had a lot of sharing of information, and that they're hoping to get more information from listening into this hearing. So,
And if this application is approved, how will the owners, those 4 owners that have not been leased, will they be compensated? And if they are compensated, how will they be compensated?
so the 4 landowners that have not yet signed would be equitably compensated for the life of the project in the same manner as the landowners that did sign.
Okay, so if the owners who signed a lease get X number of dollars per ton of, per metric ton of CO2 injected, the unleased owners will receive that same amount, is that correct?
That is correct. They're all treated the same.
Then just some, what I refer to as statutory questions. In your opinion, has DGC made a good faith effort to get the consent of all persons who own storage reservoir pore space?
Yes, in my opinion, we have, based on the number of contacts and efforts that have been made.
And has DGC obtained the consent of persons who own at least 60% of the storage reservoir pore space?
Yes, we are currently at 96.88%.
And in your opinion, will all the non-consenting pore space owners be equitably compensated?
Yes, they will.
I'm now going to direct your attention to Exhibit 2. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I do.
Right after the cover page, there are 5 pages of a spreadsheet, and it says Exhibit 2 track summary. Can you just briefly describe for the commission what that spreadsheet depicts?
Sure. So this spreadsheet depicts the 32 individual tracks that are contained within the pore space area, and provides their legal description along with the owner's names, along with the total acquisition percentages based on the total, and the landowner percent, or the acreage percentages based on the total. One thing I will point to on the 3rd page of this exhibit is I just signed another pore space lease this past weekend, so this did go up slightly. It was a small one. So the total so that would be for track number 22. It was the Ridge Runners Motorcycle Club. So that track is now at 100%. So the total for the project area went from 96.71% to 96.88%.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Examiner.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
Lawrence, did you have any more testimony from Kevin Connors before we question this group?
Kevin Connors is not going to testify in this group. He's going to be testifying in several other groups, and rather than having getting him up and sitting down, we just decided to put him there for now.
Okay, thank you. Daniel, the CO2 that you currently have 1 million tons extra compressor capacity for per year, is that currently being vented?
Yes, for the CO2 that's currently not being delivered to Canada, any excess would be vented, yes.
And the additional volumes that you mentioned that are going to Canada currently with the sales contracts expiring in 2026, are those projects being sunsetted? Are they end of life, or are they just choosing not to renew their sales contracts?
DGC has made the decision to proceed with a permanent sequestration. So the decisions of the Canadian projects are independent. Their operations are independent of of DGC's decision. So that's something I can't comment on in terms of the future of those particular projects.
Sure. Is that line going up to Canada going to be used for anything at that time afterwards?
The future use of that line is under current discussions about what the future holds for it. So no decisions have been made at this time.
And looking in the preface for the permit application summary here, we have DGC, Basin, and Rampart, and Carbon Vault are all mentioned. Can you discuss which operator is going to run the storage facility? I would assume that's going to be Dakota Gasification
Yes.
Company.
And Dan, if that's something that somebody can better respond to, you can pass along, but if you know the answer, go right ahead and answer.
Do you mind repeating the question
Sure.
on?
Who, the wells that you currently have on the site, the Coteau number 1 and 2, 3, and 4, which some of them aren't drilled yet, but some of them are operated by Rampart, and in your permit application summary, you have DGC, Basin, Rampart, and Carbon Vault all mentioned. Can you describe that relationship?
So, in general, Carbon Vault has extensive oil and gas experience, and they bring the expertise of physically managing and drilling operations. DGC has experience with the capturing and transportation of carbon dioxide. And so between the two parties, we are working together to successfully proceed with the project. In terms of responsibilities, DGC will be owners of the wells, and specific distinctions of responsibility in terms of operations between Carbon Vault and DGC, I think we're going to get into probably a little bit later with other witnesses.
Thank you. And Lawrence, should I be directing pore space access questions to this group?
Yes, Michael will more than likely be able to respond to those.
Okay. So on page 4 of the Geologic Storage Agreement.
Page 4.
Section 3.8.
3 point what?
3.8.
Okay, I got it. Yep.
Okay. So the receipt of substances, are there plans to take CO2 from other sources other than DGC?
That's not for me to answer.
I can address that.
Yep.
There are no other plans.
On page 5, 5.1, track participations.
Yep,
Can
yes.
you describe the reason for going with a land basis compensation rather than pore volume?
We do both. We actually do a land base lease rental as well as a royalty payment based on volume.
I think the
If
question
that-
that he's asking is why didn't you utilize some more geologic factors in determining how royalty should be paid? Why did you base the royalties on?
On a acreage track percentage. That was just based on a recommendation provided by someone that had been through it before. So we really didn't look at the volume base.
You can address it later. No, not now. We can address that at a later point as well, Stephen.
Okay, thank you. Page 7. 8.1,
Okay.
grant of easement.
Just a second.
Sure.
Page 7. 8.1, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
So this section here has the storage operator shall have the right to use as much of the surface land within the storage facility as reasonably necessary. Can you discuss what kind of activities will be used?
Primarily, that would be for the seismic activities to study and track the plume.
Any monitoring activities?
Monitoring through the seismic activities, but no other, on these, nobody but the one landowner where the wells are located, there would be no other monitoring activities.
Thank you.
Yep.
Daniel, you had indicated that the sales to the Canadians would end at some point. Is there a date that those sales end?
By May of 2026, all sales to Canada will terminate.
Okay, so at that point, you expect to have 2.6 million tons a year?
That's
of
correct,
CO2.
on a 12-month basis, that's correct.
And when you were asked about the excess CO2 that does not go up into Canada, you indicated that it was vented. It's my understanding that a portion of that, a significant portion of that is actually burned.
That is correct. So I was viewing that as one and the same, but that burned adds another component to the process of the venting. So as a process to vent the CO2, it actually is burned because it does contain small amounts of energy that can be captured from the process of burning the CO2. So it's first burned and then emitted.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff?
Mike, we received written comments from a Clyde Eisenbeis.
Yes.
I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Yep.
All right. Were you planning to testify, Clyde? Okay. So I would assume then we'll cover those objections at that point in time. I wanted to make sure that we address those. Thanks.
Yep,
Yes, we received those as well. Thank you.
and Mr. Examiner, what our intent was is we assumed that near the end of the hearing is you as the examiner would likely ask us if we have any objection to all the written comments being admitted, and we will likely say we don't have any objection, but then we may have some responses to some of those written comments. So-
Good.
And, Mr. Examiner, I'd indicated that, in terms of Mr. Connors, we probably wouldn't call him immediately, but I think to keep some order to the hearing, there were some questions that relate to this particular subject area. So if I could just introduce him and probably have him address that, might make more sense rather than waiting, a few hours before he actually goes on.
Sure, for maintaining consistency.
Yeah. And so Kevin, have you been sworn?
Yes.
Okay, would you state your name for the record?
Kevin Connors,
And by whom are you employed?
the Energy and Environmental Research Center.
Okay, and in what capacity?
I'm the Assistant Director for Regulatory Compliance and Energy Policy.
Okay, and just tell us very briefly your educational background and work experience.
Yeah, I have a Bachelor's of Science degree that I earned from the University of Montana. Started my career as a well site geologist in the Williston Basin. In 2010, I transitioned to the State of North Dakota Oil and Gas Division. I started out as a petroleum engineer field inspector in the Williston District, and then I was given an opportunity in 2011 as the state's CCS, or Carbon Capture and Storage Supervisor. I held that role for over 7 years. I worked for the State of North Dakota Oil and Gas Division for over 8 years, held various other roles with the agency. And then Following my departure with the agency in 2018, I came to work for the EERC.
Okay. And what was your involvement in the application that's before the commission today? Just very briefly.
Yeah, I managed this aspect of the project in terms of compiling the permit application, and ultimately I was tasked with making sure that the permit application was in full compliance with all regulations.
Okay. And I'll do the best I can in terms of rephrasing or repeating the question that was asked. Can you describe for us why the applicant took the approach of paying royalties on a surface basis rather than, I don't know if I should use the word volumetric or, but some volume based on, where the gas is being stored? Can you help us with that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. And so, and as simply as I can put it, the way these wells will be operated and the CO2 is ejected in the subsurface, and the way the CO2 acts in the injection formation is it becomes buoyant and rises. And so what you have there is almost a whale tail effect. And so if we were to look at things from a pore volume basis, the landowners immediately adjacent to the wells would benefit the most. And in this case, that would be Co2 Properties, is the coal mining company, and DGC Basin. And so there was an effort to treat all landowners within the project area, even the landowners that are on the edges of the storage facility area, fairly. And so that is the reason that we used a surface acreage formula.
And is it true that you were involved and are familiar with the two other applications having to do with CO2 sequestration that the commission has considered?
Yes, I
Okay.
had a similar role with both applications.
And what was the approach that was presented by the applicant in those two applications in terms of allocation of royalties for storage of CO2?
The exact same approach, and is looking at treating the landowners, and specifically the private landowners within the project area, fairly.
Okay. And was there similar situations where there were coal mines or company-owned lands that if a different use had been, or a different approach had been taken, you'd have probably the same unfair approach as you alluded to in this case?
Correct. The previous two applications, or I guess three applications, previous two projects and this project, in all three cases, the predominant landowner is either the applicant or the coal mining operation and the coal mining company.
Thank you. No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
Kevin, just to reiterate, what you're indicating is if you would have used a formula based upon where you actually sequester the CO2, that it would be taking a lot of the revenue away and royalties away from the surface owners based upon what you actually did using just a land surface value.
Correct. Just rough numbers on the fly here. About 78% of the storage facility is owned by either Co2 Properties or DGC and Basin. The remainder, 22%, is owned by private landowners, and those private landowners, from my understanding, are on the outside or near the edges of the storage facility. These wells are drilled and going to be operated on Co2 Properties and DGC Basin properties.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none?
That's all the questions I have for this group.
Sure. I guess we can move on to your next group.
Next group is Amanda Livers Douglas, Steve Smith, and Brett Fossum. Brett is on the telephone, and he's a standby witness. We may call him, we may not call him, but just wanted you to be advised. And just, I guess before we go a little further, Brett, did you take the oath?
I have not yet.
Okay, all right, we'll wait to see if you are called, and then we can proceed with that. So I'm ready to.
Very good.
Okay. Okay. Amanda, would you state your name for the record, please?
Amanda Livers Douglas,
And Amanda, by whom are you employed?
the EERC.
In what capacity?
I'm a principal geoscientist.
And can you briefly describe for us your educational background and work experience?
I have a bachelor's in physics from Concordia College in Moorhead, Minnesota, and I have a master's degree in geology from the University of Kansas.
Okay, and I guess the question I didn't ask you, you told me, you know, what your degree is in, but by whom are you employed?
The ERC.
Okay.
So my prior work experiences, I worked as a graduate research assistant at the Kansas Geological Survey, for 3 years, where I worked on a professional seismic crew, and I have worked at the ERC the past 6 years, focusing on the application of geophysical methods to characterization and monitoring of carbon capture, utilization, and storage projects.
Okay, and what was your role with respect to the application that's before the commission today?
I served as the project manager for all the ERC efforts related to the development of the geologic model, the numerical simulations, and preparation of the storage facility permit application. And I also supported the writing and development of the geologic exhibits and the modeling and simulation section.
And you were in the room when Dan provided sort of a high-level view of this project. Can you go into a little bit more detail and provide the commission with that overview in a more detailed way?
Yes.
Okay, please do that.
So this project is located in Mercer County, North Dakota. It's about 5 miles northwest of the town of Beulah. So if you look at page 2-2, there's a map in figure 2-1 that shows the project location relative to the town of Beulah.
And how was that area selected?
So the area was selected because it's in the vicinity of DGC's Great Plains Synfuels plant. The Broom Creek Formation, which is the storage reservoir for this project, is also prevalent within the area. There are 2 existing Class 1 disposal wells just south of the DGC plant. So if you look at page 2-3, the map in figure 2-2, we've denoted the location of the 2 A and G wells, and those wells have been injecting into the Broom Creek Formation since the early 1980s, and they've shown the great capacity of the Broom Creek to store fluids and take injected fluids. Additionally, existing original well logs and legacy seismic data provided confidence that this was a good site to select. One note about the 2 A and G wells, so preliminary simulations were done to choose the location of an injection wells as to not interfere with the A and G wells and their current operations and future injection operations.
Okay, you've already pointed out that the Broom Creek is in this area, so I mean, that's important. But why else, or what other reasons are there for you indicating that it's a good candidate for CO2 storage?
If I can point the commission to table 2-9 on page 219. So in this table, we're
Just give us a moment till we get there. Sorry to interrupt you.
oh, you're good.
Okay, go ahead.
This table summarizes some of the properties of the Broom Creek Formation at the Co2 well, which was a stratigraphic test well drilled for this project. So the Broom Creek is a good candidate for CO2 storage because it is at about approximately 5,900 feet deep in the subsurface, which is a depth where injected CO2 will stay in a supercritical state, meaning that the injected CO2 is going to be injected efficiently and take up a minimal amount of pore space when injected. So the Broom Creek at this location is comprised of over 100 feet of sandstone that has good porosity and permeability that's conducive to injection. The Broom Creek also has an overlying and underlying impermeable formations that seal any fluids within the Broom Creek from migrating to other formations. And the Broom Creek is also devoid of any hydrocarbons.
So what data did you use to validate the suitability of the storage complex for CO2 injection and long-term storage?
So if I can point you to page 2-4 or 2-5 and figure 2-4. So this map is showing all of the subsurface data that was used to construct the 3D geologic model, but it was also used to characterize the Broom Creek Formation. This includes existing legacy well log data, existing core data, legacy 2D seismic data. In addition to this, as mentioned before, a stratigraphic test well, the Co2 well, was drilled at the site to gather site-specific geologic information. In addition to that, core were collected from the Co2 well, as well as temperature and pressure measurements and fluid samples. In addition to the stratigraphic test well, site-specific 2D seismic data was also collected. And so a map showing the location of that 2D seismic data can be found on page 5-22.
So Amanda, my understanding is that when you're selecting a storage area, it's obviously important to select a zone that has porosity and permeability, but it's also my understanding that you need some confining zones. You need to have probably a cap rock, and you need to have some underlying rock that confines it to this porous and permeable area. Can you go into, you've already indicated that the Broom Creek is prevalent in this area. Can you discuss those other factors such as the confining areas?
Sure. I point the commission to page 2-4. Figure 2-3 on page 2-4 is showing a stratigraphic column of the subsurface, indicating the Broom Creek, which is our storage reservoir. We're also indicating the upper and lower confining zone. In this case, the upper confining zone is the Peachy Formation, which is approximately 100-foot thick impermeable siltstones, and the lower confining zone is the Amsden Formation, which is also comprised of impermeable rocks.
Okay, and what data do you have to support the competency of the upper confining zone as a seal?
So several types of data were used to analyze the competency of the confining zone, including the 2D legacy and newly acquired seismic data, geomechanical analysis of logs, including a 1D mechanical earth model, image logs, including an FMI log, and core data. So with this information, we were able to determine that the upper confining zone will act as a good seal because it has a low capillary entry pressure and low permeability. In addition to that, it is free of transmissive faults and fractures.
And what are the mechanisms for geologic confinement?
So when CO2 is injected into the Broom Creek, it will initially be trapped within the Broom Creek due to the confining zones. Over time, it will be dissolved in formation brine, and then in the future, as the CO2 interacts with the formation fluids, it will eventually be mineralized out.
So will there be any geochemical interaction or impact in the seal integrity?
So there will be no adverse impacts to the seal integrity due to geochemical analysis. So geochemical modeling was done as part of this project. First off, no CO2 is expected to enter the confining zone. Modeling showed that no CO2 enters the confining zone. However, we used a modeling program called FreakC, which uses a diffusive process. Essentially, it ignores permeability and it allows CO2 to enter the model cells. And so through this process, we are able to show that while the CO2 does react with the rocks present in the formation fluid, mineral dissolution and precipitation do occur. There is a change in formation fluid pH. However, there's no adverse effects to the porosity. We don't anticipate any interactions with the CO2 to impact the seal integrity.
In your opinion, will the injection process impact underground sources of drinking water?
So no, the injection will not impact underground sources of drinking water. So the evaluation of 2D seismic showed that there's no evidence of fluid migration pathways in the subsurface particularly the primary upper confining zone, the Opeachy, and the secondary lying confining zones. So there is an additional porous and permeable zone, the Inyankara Formation above the Broom Creek. So the Broom Creek is separated from the Inyankara by almost 1,000 feet of impermeable rock. In the unlikely event that CO2 were to migrate out of the Broom Creek Formation, it would become trapped within the Inyankara. So the Inyankara acts as another zone for monitoring and mitigation should, in the unlikely event, there be a leak. Above the Inyankara, though, there's another 2,000 feet of impermeable rock layers between that Inyankara and the lowest USDW, the Fox Hills.
Tell us a little bit about how you made a determination that there wouldn't be any fluid migration pathways.
So in addition to interpretation of the legacy and newly acquired 2D seismic lines, we also analyzed fluid samples from the Inyankara Formation and the Broom Creek Formation that indicated that the two formations are hydraulically isolated.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about earthquakes, seismicity. Any concerns about that?
No, there's little risk of seismicity and little risk that any seismicity would interfere with containment based on the absence of any local or regional faults, which was determined from the 2D seismic interpretation, as well as review of previous studies that did not indicate any faults in this region. Also, there's a lack of seismic activity attributed to the stability of the region. In addition to that, the expected injection pressures are going to be well below the fracture pressure gradient, so the site won't be operated at pressures that could induce any events.
Can you tell us a little bit about whether injection activities will have any impact on oil and gas development?
Yeah. So the Broom Creek itself is devoid of any hydrocarbons. And as I mentioned before, the CO2 injected into the Broom Creek is really going to be contained and isolated by those low permeability upper and lower confining zones. Through review of past production activities in the region and past studies on the potential presence of any hydrocarbons in the subsurface, we've determined that there's no commercially viable hydrocarbon resources above or below the Broom Creek within the subsurface. If there were to be any commercially viable hydrocarbons found in the future, an operator could still produce those. They could, with appropriate controls, they could either drill a vertical well through the CO2 plume or a horizontal well underneath the CO2 plume to produce those hydrocarbons. I do want to note there is lignite coal in the shallow subsurface in the region, so I'd like to direct the commission to page 2-95. So on figure 2-78, we're showing a map of the reclaimed and active mine areas for the lignite coal here. And you can see the green triangles represent the locations of the proposed injection wells. And so the proposed injection wells and additional infrastructure for the project were designed and built in areas that have either already been mined and reclaimed or areas where no mining is planned due to existing infrastructure such as roadways or transmission lines on the surface. So this project will not have any impact on the production of that lignite resource.
Amanda, I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 2, and my understanding was that the Department of Environmental Quality had made some comments with respect to the application, and Exhibit 2 is a response or a reply to that. Can you briefly discuss that for us?
Yes, so as previously mentioned, there's two existing Class 1 disposal wells, the A and G wells, that have been injecting since the early 1980s. And so those wells, the site, as I mentioned, was chosen as to not impact those wells. So historical data from those 2 wells were used in our modeling and simulations to ensure that we wouldn't be impacting the wells. So the exhibit in question is a response to comments from the DEQ related to the amount of data that was used. Our initial modeling and simulation was run with a subset of the A&G historical data that was available to us at the time. The DEQ alerted us to the fact that there was more data available. So we went back and digitized that data and included it in our modeling and simulations. And with the inclusion of that data set, we showed in the supplemental filings that this project, even with that additional data and additional historical injected volumes, is still not expected to impact the A&G well injection.
And just a few statutory questions. Based on your study and review, the testimony and exhibits that you've presented, and your knowledge of the project as a whole, in your opinion, is the storage facility suitable and feasible for carbon dioxide injection and storage?
Yes, so the reservoir has the capacity to store CO2, and it has an adequate upper and lower confining zone that is competent and free of transmissive fractures or faults, and it lacks any mineral resources.
And in your opinion, is the carbon dioxide to be stored of a quality that allows it to be safely and efficiently stored in the storage reservoir?
Yes, so geochemical modeling done that accounted for the composition of the CO2 showed that the CO2 will have no adverse effects on the upper lower confining zone or in the storage reservoir itself.
And in your opinion, will substances that compromise the integrity of the storage reservoir enter the storage reservoir?
No, so the CO2 composition is known. It's been accounted for in geochemical modeling. And additionally, the CO2 stream will be regularly monitored to ensure that there's no contamination of the stream prior to injection.
And you've touched on this, but I'll ask it again. In your opinion, is a storage facility devoid of commercially valuable minerals?
Yes, the storage reservoir does not contain commercially valuable minerals.
And in your opinion, can the proposed storage facility be operated in a manner that will not adversely affect surface waters or formations containing fresh water?
Yes, so above the storage reservoir is a competent upper confining zone that is free of transmissive faults and fractures. So the storage facility will not affect USDWs as the storage zone is isolated from the USDWs by these confining layers.
And then finally, in your opinion, can and will the proposed storage facility be operated so that carbon dioxide will not escape from the storage reservoir?
Yes.
No further questions of this witness, and that would conclude our testimony from this group, unless, of course, there's some questions that Amanda wants to defer to others.
Sure. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Amanda, page 2-10 and 2-11.
Okay.
Here we have data that was used from the Flemmer, which is outside of the facility area, instead of acquiring it on the Coteau #1. Can you describe why?
So data was acquired in the Coteau #1 data Coteau #1 well shown on page 2-10. So the data from the Coteau #1 Flemmer 1 data is just listed here as a comparison.
And can you describe the observed data correlations between the Flemmer and the Coteau #1?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The correlations that you had between the Flemmer and the Coteau, were they similar geologically?
Yes, so the values acquired in the Flemmer 1 data were almost exactly the same as those acquired in the Co2 1 data. And so the reason why they were included in this application, if I could point you to the map on page 2-4 or 2-5. So map 2-5, so there was legacy 3D seismic data that was interpreted as part of a publicly funded research effort that surrounded the Flemmer 1 data. And so a lot of the characterization for this site, we wanted to draw the comparisons between the Flemmer 1 well, which was drilled within that 3D seismic data, to the Co2 1 site that has the 2D seismic data.
Looking on 2-5, your geologic model extent is heavily skewed to the southeast rather than centered around the area. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, so in the geologic model extent, we tried to capture all available core data that we could. And so there was 3 stratigraphic test wells drilled to the south of Sender, North Dakota, that had core data that provided a valuable resource to be added to the model. And so that's why the geologic model is sort of skewed to the southwest to include those wells, or southeast, sorry.
Page 212, where you're discussing your seismic survey.
Yep.
There was additional baseline 2D data that was going to be acquired, aside from those 3 lines that are shown on the map. Were those already acquired?
Yes, they've already been acquired and interpreted.
And did they verify the model inputs, or were they compared?
So the legacy 2D seismic data was used to validate the thickness and the structure of the correlations from available well-logged tops. So the newly acquired 2D seismic data didn't show anything to contradict that. The new the newly acquired 2D seismic data was mostly used to confirm that the storage reservoir and upper confining zones were free of transmissive faults and fractures.
Page 2-22. There's discussion here of hole stability preventing an MDT from being run, and so 1D MEM simulation was done instead. Can you describe the risks of the hole conditions that prevented MDT from being run?
I will defer that question to Van Spence and his testimony coming up about the Co2 1 well.
Okay. And then still on 2-22, paragraph 3, we have a modified Eaton equation there. How was that modification arrived at, since we didn't get a comparison to the basic Eaton equation versus what was modified?
I will defer that question to Brett.
To Van?
Brett.
Okay. And Brett, just hold off a little bit. I'll introduce you, and then we'll come back to that.
So anything involving the inputs for that will be deferred to Brett as well?
Yep.
Okay. And then discussion of the coring, that be deferred to Van?
No, you could ask.
Okay. 2-23. Let's discuss that coring was skipped from 6,001 to 6,130 feet due to ROP. Were there any sidewall cores taken from that interval?
No, there were not.
And what kind of ROP were we talking about that prevented from continuing?
I will defer that to Van.
Okay. 2-35. the pH change that's modeled here, is that confined to the extent of the plume, or does it move beyond the plume extent?
So, in terms of CO2 plume extent, we can talk about CO2 in a couple different ways. So there's the free phase CO2 or dissolved CO2. And so with the pH change, we do see the pH change extend a little bit in front of the free phase CO2. And that region represents the area where that CO2 has been dissolved into the formation brine. And so we're seeing pH changes in front of the sort of the free phase CO2. And with the free phase CO2, that's what we're looking at when we look at, for the most part, the saturation of CO2. When we use that 5% saturation cutoff, that's mostly confined to showing us where the free phase CO2 is.
Thank you. 236. So this is the anhydrite precipitation, specifically what I'm curious about here. It's a bit different than what we've seen in the past, trying to get a better understanding of it. There's a possible explanation given for precipitation, that there's calcium and sulfate ions present in the water, but those ions were present in the prior cases that we've looked at as well. Are there any additional explanations on why we'd be looking at precipitation of anhydrite here?
I don't have that answer available at this time.
Is that something you'd be able to supplement?
Yes.
.237 through 240, looking at your change of molar distributions of several minerals there. Was that modeling restricted to the Broom Creek? It doesn't appear that any of the cells in the Opeachy or the Amsden were affected.
So the modeling isn't restricted to the Broom Creek. In this model, we don't anticipate any CO2 entering the Opeachy formation or the Amsden formation due to the capillary entry pressure and the permeability and porosity of those layers. And so that's why when we model the cap rock geochemistry, we have to use a different software that uses a diffusive method to allow the CO2 to move into those formations, because in the real world example, which is more reflected by this CMG geochemical modeling that was done as the results shown in figure 2-6, the CO2 just does not enter the confining zones, and we don't anticipate it to once we start injection either.
And approximately how many feet of anhydrite are at the base of your upper confining zone here?
So if you look at figure 2-6 on page 2-8, the anhydrite at the base of the upper confining zone, the Opeachy, it ranges throughout the project area. Here we're showing the Co2 1 well, and we're showing approximately 5 feet of anhydrite.
Would you be able to provide us a molar mass change of anhydrite that you did with other minerals in 237 through 240?
You're seeing another figure?
Yes.
Yes.
253. Based on the previous discussion, I am assuming that this figure is based on an average lithology of the upper confining zone, or is it cell-based?
So in this model, on page 2-50, table 2-13, we chose a representative XRD sample analysis from the Co2 core. And so in table 2-13, those were the minerals used to populate the model that corresponds to the chart on page 2-53.
2-75. This is something new to this case as well. I don't recall seeing microfaults identified before. Were they identified differently in past cases, or what's the presence of microfaults here representing?
So the microfaults here in figure 2-64, if you refer back to an example of the FMI log on page 2-69 in figure 2-58, so this interpretation of a microfault comes out of analysis done by Slumberjay from the FMI log.
But these weren't found to have an impact on confinement.
I can't comment at this moment. I'd have to confirm that these aren't transmissive, but they're not. We don't observe them at the base of the OPG formation.
So these were specific to the Amsden.
No, sorry, that was incorrect. So these are in the OPG formation, but they're not throughout the formation. We don't expect them to impact seal integrity and competency.
2-81.
One comment on the microfaults, really quick, Stephen, if that's okay. The vertical extent of them is not sufficient enough to allow fluid migration.
Thank you. 2-81 for your stress discussion here. I don't see it mentioned here or on the next page where the data is tabled, but is this data from the Co2 number 1?
Correct. Yes, this data is from the Co2 number 1.
And then on 2-81 still, there's a discussion of a 1,500-foot cutoff for density data. But it does appear that density logs were run on the surface for the Co2 number 1. Can you describe why that 1,500-foot cutoff was chosen and what it was from?
I can't comment on that at this time.
If you could address that as well as where the 1,180 PSI number comes from in that discussion in the supplement, that would be fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from commission staff?
Amanda, you're indicating the ANG 1 and 2 will not be affecting the CO2 plume. Do you plan to continue to use those 2 disposal wells?
So for this project, it was assumed that the 2 A and G wells will continue on with water injection during the CO2 injection period. And so that was also counted within our simulations.
Okay, and was that assumed at the same rate as current injections then?
So I will defer that to Todd, as I know he does cover that in his testimony.
And you talked about isolation of the formation of the injection zone, but your injection wells themselves, is it currently isolated with cement above and below the injection zone, or will it be in the future wells?
I will defer that comment to Van when he comes up and talks about the well designs.
You talked about the mineralization of CO2 on page 2-27. It talks about that mineralization is quite a long time until that occurs. It talks about greater than 100 years. Is there a point in time that you could still be producing back the CO2? Like after 20 years injection, could you still produce it back if there was a need for it or a use for it? Or does the mineralization sequence kind of prohibit that in the future?
So I would like to point you to a figure in section 3, just a second, on page 3-21, figure 3-19. So this is showing the CO2 mass in the different phases of CO2 over time. And so here, the blue line, you're looking at your dissolved CO2, and pink is your supercritical free phase CO2, and yellow is your trapped CO2. And so you can see throughout the injection period and afterwards, you do start seeing that dissolution, but we see the pink curve. Most of the CO2 stays in the free phase. So you could potentially produce it back. However, it wouldn't be economic.
Yeah, thank you.
Or I should say it's unlikely that would be economic to produce it compared to CO2 being produced at the surface.
Any further questions from commission staff?
Amanda, when Steve was asking about the anhydrite, thickness of the anhydrite at the base of the Broom Creek, you indicated that it was fairly variable, or that it was variable across the area. Can you quantify that variability? I mean, what are we talking about for minimum thickness, maximum thickness?
I don't have that information at this time.
Do you, so it's hard to tell on the cross sections that are figures 210 and 211. Was that anhydrite actually included in those cross sections, but just is it overlaying by the Broom Creek identifying line?
What page are those figures on?
217 and 216 and 17. I mean, I don't see it, but it's a thin layer and the green line's pretty thick.
Yeah, it's likely that I'm going to defer that question to Ian when he comes up later.
Okay.
Because I would like him to confirm if that lithology track we're seeing there is the modeled lithologies or the interpreted lithofacies.
Thank you.
One final comment related to the question about producing CO2 in the future. It's not the intent of this project to produce CO2 that's been injected for storage in the future. The intent of this project is for permanent storage.
I understand that, but when you talked about the mineralization, I wanted to know at what point that it was no longer able to produce that back. Is it after 100 years, or is it after 10 years, or 5 years, or what? So I just wanted to get a better understanding of that.
Sure.
I understand the project, though. Thank you.
So Amanda, along those same lines, I had some questions about your comments on dissolution and mineralization. Are those based on laboratory tests with Broom Creek brines, or is that from scientific research? Where is your opinions on this dissolution and mineralization coming from?
So to look at the possible geochemical interactions within the reservoir, we conducted computer modeling. And so site-specific data was used. So the chemical composition of the Broom Creek formation fluid was used in this modeling. Specific information about the mineralogy of the rock formations was used from XRD analysis, and a representative composition for the expected CO2 for this project was input. And these numerical modeling software packages are industry standard packages that contain equations, chemical interaction equations derived from literature, prior laboratory studies, and things like that.
Okay, so you took Broom Creek information and input it into industry-tested computer models or simulators to come up with the curves over the long term about dissolution and mineralization.
Yep, that's correct. So for the upper and lower confining zone, though, we did use mineralogy data specific to those formations.
Okay, if we could go back to figure 2-4.
You have a page, Lynn?
2-5.
And that's the
2-1 is the page, I think.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah. Yep.
Whoops, I'm in the wrong place again. All right, give me a minute.
Looks like it might be on page 2-5.
Is 2-4 on 2-5?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yes. 2-4 is on 2-5. Looking at that, and I think you somewhat addressed this, on the west side of your project area, kind of in the southwest corner, there's a box there that indicates 3D seismic, but I think you indicated that you relied on 2D seismic for this project. So how, as a geophysicist, do you use a small area of 3D seismic, say around the Flemmer well or around Minn Kota's project, and then tie that to 2D seismic lines and then acquire new 2D seismic lines? How do you piece all that together so that we can be comfortable with this 2D seismic analysis?
So the showing in the western half of the survey, the square box representing about 10 square miles of 3D seismic data. So
That is 3D.
Yep.
In that box.
Yep,
Okay.
in that blue box there. So that 3D seismic data was tied to the Flemmer 1 stratigraphic test well, drilled and interpreted as part of the Carbon Safe North Dakota Phase 2 project, which is a DOE research project conducted by the ERC. So that data was analyzed and interpreted and tied to that well data. So the legacy 2D seismic lines that are shown on this map in blue, those data sets were tied to the Co2 stratigraphic test well to sort of ground truth the seismic data to the geologic interpretation. And so there are several ways we've tied these data sets together. And so one of the ways is, looking at, just comparison of the wells, standard correlation between the wells, to look at the geology between those two wells and compare it to what we're seeing in the seismic data. But also the seismic response of these different formations, it's fairly consistent, not only across this 2D seismic lines in question and the 3D data set right next to it, but for the most part across the Williston Basin, we get a distinct seismic response for the top of the Opeechee, a distinct seismic response for the top of the Broom Creek and the Amsden, and the internal structure within the Broom Creek as well appears similar across 3D data as it does in 2D.
So you're able to reprocess those 2D seismic lines using the stratigraphic test well data and more modern 3D data and use that to generate this reservoir model?
So the 2D seismic data itself was just used to confirm the structure and the thickness in the model. So the actual model structure in this case and thickness were derived from correlations from well log tops. But we were able to overlay cross-sections of the model surface with the cross-sections from these 2D lines to show that the relative structure and thickness from the model based on Soleil wells and from the 2D lines was consistent. So in the region, we relied on the well correlations. Structure from the existing 3D seismic data sets shown here were also input into the model.
So I want to make sure I understand exactly what you just told me, and that is that the model itself was constructed from the well logs, the really hard spatial data, but you used the 2D and the 3D seismic to confirm that interpretation. It's not the basis of the interpretation, it's a confirmation technique.
That's correct. For the structure and thickness, that is. For the property distribution, we did derive information, varigrams, from the legacy 3D data to help inform property distribution between wells, but relying on the wells to act as control points within that.
Will you expand on that a little bit for me? Property distribution.
Yeah. So
what properties are you looking at? And
so when I say property distribution, I'm referring to distribution of the facies, the type of rock, and the porosity and permeability of the rock. So those are known values at each well site, but the wells are sparse, and so we have to have a method to populate the model with those properties between wells. And so one way to do that is to guide the distribution using a variogram. And so in this case, for this project, the variogram was derived from 3D seismic data, and it was defined based on structures or distribution of rock properties within that 3D seismic area.
so you're able to extract, for example, velocities from the seismic data and then correlate those to rock properties and apply that between the wells.
Yep. So we were able to derive velocities related to the elastic properties of rock, and so different type of rocks respond differently in the seismic data, and so looking at an attribute such as velocity, we're able to infer information about the rock types in the subsurface.
All right, thanks.
Any further questions?
Amanda, it is discussed in the application package, but since it was brought up at this point regarding the seismic, can you describe why new 3D wasn't acquired and why 2D was chosen instead?
So 3D seismic data is not feasible and applicable at every site, depending on surface constraints. And so in this case, we're talking about an area. If you look at that figure 2-78, I believe, on page 2, sorry, just a second, on 2-95, you can see from the satellite imagery around the injection wells, we have active mine area, we have the DGC plant itself, we have other infrastructure such as power plant there as well. And so when looking at doing a 3D seismic survey in this area, you wouldn't be able to have dense enough sampling points. You wouldn't be able to lay out sources and receivers everywhere you would need to get a complete image of the subsurface using 3D seismic data. That being said, the 2D seismic lines that were acquired, the baseline, and the 2D seismic lines designed for monitoring were designed in a way to still get the data we need to image the plume, but do it in a way that we can work around this infrastructure. So essentially, if you were to do a 3D data, you wouldn't get a complete 3D data set out of it. Essentially, you would, for the most part, just have a handful of 2D cross sections on that you could actually use.
Thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, do we want to move on to, I think there were some other witnesses.
Yeah, there was one, I think some questions for Mr. Fossum, who's on the phone. I think we could take that one, and then the other ones I think we'll just cover when we call those witnesses, if that's okay with you.
Okay. Mr. Fossum, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Brett, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Brett Fossum,
And by whom are you employed?
EERC.
In what capacity?
I am a principal engineer.
And can you briefly highlight for us your educational background and work experience?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Geological Engineering, petroleum engineering option. My work experience, I have around 39 years of experience working for a major oil and gas company in a variety of technical, supervisory, and management roles. Worked globally, capturing deep experience and characterizing, siliciclastic and carbonate subsurface systems in both structured and unstructured settings. For the past 6 years of that role, I managed a group of subject matter experts in topics such as, or disciplines such as structure, tectonics, geomechanics, seismicity, sedstrat, pore pressure, and we evaluated and supported projects across the globe. And I joined ERC late last year in December, and since then I've been accountable for characterizing subsurface rock formations, geologic properties in regions in North Dakota that are suitable for long-term CO2 storage. And then also, given my background, I've been brought into a number of projects just to provide technical peer review of different projects, and with an interest in kind of driving technical excellence at the ERC.
Very briefly, what was your involvement in the project that's before the commission today?
Yeah, so I was brought into, again, kind of based on the last statement, take a look and review and understand issues related to geomechanics and technical issues surrounding, some of the calculations and how it's applied.
I don't have any more introductory questions.
Sure. Any questions from commission staff?
Brett, do you have the application in front of you currently?
I do.
Could I direct you to 2-22?
Yeah, I have it up.
Okay. Can you discuss how you arrived at the modified Eaton equation?
Yeah, so the fracture gradient calculations, there's a number of different workers in this space. The modified Eaton formula, Eaton first started his fracture gradient calculations and studies back in the late 60s, and everything always develops over time based on you look at more areas and more rocks, and the application of the Eaton formula started in the Gulf Coast, and first applied in the tertiary rocks of the Gulf of Mexico, and then they progressed into older rocks, which is kind of where we're at right now with the Cretaceous, Mesozoic, and the Paleozoics. And so it developed into being able to use that equation in older rocks, i.e. Mesozoic and Paleozoic rocks, and hence the modified Eaton equation was born, if you will. And early days of the application, they primarily used Poisson's ratio, the strain ratio essentially, and the Y in the X direction. Then they started applying the Biot's constant, or the Biot's number, which is just looking at how compliant a rock is, and the application of the Biot constant allowed better correlations and calibrations with real rock data. So in the absence of what Amanda talked about, with we couldn't take mini fracking this well, we moved in this direction to apply the modified Eaton equation, which is used widely in industry.
Looking at your tabled outputs that you have in table 2-8 on 223,
Yes.
would you be able to provide a supplement showing your inputs into for the equation to get those tabled outcomes, and what the source of those inputs were, whether they were from the Co2 or the Flemmer? Thank you.
Yes.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none. Any further questions for this group of witnesses?
No further questions.
All right. Well, the time is 10:33 a.m. I think this might be a good chance to take a quick 5-minute break. Come back here in 5 minutes.
Okay.
We are back on the record. Mr. Bender, you can call your next witnesses.
All right, next group is Ian Fuel and Todd Jang. Ian, you've been sworn, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. State your full name for the record, please.
Ian Fuel.
And please spell your last name.
It is Feole,
And by whom are you employed?
the EERC.
In what capacity?
I am a senior geological engineer.
What I'd like you to do is briefly highlight for the examiner and the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Geological Engineering and a Bachelor's of Business Administration and Operations and Supply Chain Management from the University of North Dakota. I started working at the ERC in 2015 with my main duties focusing on geological model development and of the subsurface and regional geologic characterization for the purpose to assess CO2 storage potential.
And what are some of the, well, I guess you've already talked about that, so let's just go right to what your responsibilities were with respect to the application that's before the commission today.
I was the technical lead overseeing the geological modeling work for the model and contributed some of the material for Section 2.
I'm going to have you first just very briefly discuss what is required in Section 3 of the permit application.
Section 3 includes a discussion of the geological modeling and the numerical simulation activities that were conducted to predict the lateral and vertical migration of the CO2 plume to determine the associated pressure front and plume stabilization and to delineate the area of review.
And can you discuss for us the geologic, modeling activities that took place with respect to this project that you conducted?
Industry standard software was used to organize our organize and evaluate our geologic data sets, from which we developed a 3D structural model of the study area and then populated the geocellular model through geostatistical methods with properties that are representative of the rock type and the petrophysics.
And what types of data were used to construct the 3D geologic model?
If I can refer to figure 2-4 on page 2.5.
Okay.
In figure 2.4, we can see where we have the data that was used to populate into the 3D geological model. From this data from the wells, we have the geophysical well logs that were used, the seismic data, which is also noted there in the 2D and 3D seismic, and as well as core measurements were available. Along with that, if we're referring back to figure 2-10 and 2-11 on pages 216 and 217.
Okay.
We have the cross sections of the wells in the model area where we have interpreted lithologies from those wells. It was previously asked about the anhydrite in the Opeechee, where we do see it present. The image, as well as it is difficult to see that there is anhydrite present mostly through the Opeechee in the area, and we have seen that in core as well as other geophysical log interpretations.
Okay, let's talk a little bit how the geologic model was used to address the permit requirements.
The geologic model is used as an input for the numerical simulation that were conducted using industry standard software, and that is used to predict the lateral and vertical migration of the CO2.
And how were simulation results used to determine the plume stabilization?
The plume stabilization was determined by looking at both the area and the rate of change of the area of the CO2 plume over time based on the results of the CO2 simulation, where the saturation values were greater than 5%. During injection, the CO2 plume steadily grows. Once injection ceases, it begins to slow, and after 10 years of injection, the rate of plume growth slowed to less than 0.25 square miles over a 5-year time span, and that is where the plume stabilization was then denoted.
And how was the area of review delineated?
The area of review was delineated using a wrist-based approach. This method is detailed in the peer-reviewed article by Burton Kelly and others in 2021.
Okay. No further questions of this witness.
Any questions from commission staff?
Were we going to cover Todd's testimony
Oh,
first?
yeah, I'm sorry, yeah. Thank you very much, appreciate that. Todd, would you state your name for the record?
I'm Tao Jiang,
And Todd, by whom are you employed?
EERC.
And in what capacity?
I'm a principal reservoir engineer.
Okay, and can you briefly describe for us your educational background and work
Yeah.
experience?
I graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in petroleum engineering from Sichuan, China, and after that I obtained my Master of Applied Science degree in petroleum system engineering from Regina, Saskatchewan.
And what was your role in the application?
My role in for this application, I led some activities in developing the storage facility permitting in the simulation in sections. I also oversee and provide the technical guidance to the team developing the simulation model and predict the simulation plume and also their interpretation in this section 3.
And how were the A and G wells? There's been a lot of talk about the A and G wells this morning. How were the A and G wells accounted for in the simulations?
If I may, I want to, well, actually, Amanda already briefly described some of the input data we obtained from the domain and input into the model. Mainly, the available data is of injection rate and the wellhead pressure. We incorporate all the historical data we actually put into the section 3. If I may, I want to direct you to page 3-15 to 3-17. Those pages details all the simulation history matching result from the model with this historical data. I also want to point it out that the supplemental material we provided in the exhibit 2 on page 6C. This is to address the comment from the Department of Environmental Quality, DEQ. We obtained additional data. We updated the model input into the simulation with all the historical data input, and also for predict the CO2 in plume movement. We consider those two wells will continue operating based on the historical data. We're using the average historical data, most recent historical data. The average input for the rate is actually listed on the page 3-17, around 60,700 barrels per day for both wells, and using the wellhead control as a secondary constraint to predict the plume movement and how the plume movement will be influenced or not by this injection wells.
And what did the simulation tell you with respect to the impact, if any, on the A and G wells?
As we discussed on, continue on the supplemental material on page 6E, with all the updated simulation input, the historical data, which actually having the a more volume of the injector water into these two wells. Even with that input, we didn't see any significant impact on those on the injection, nor all the CO2 injection will impact on the disposal activity.
Well, that's certainly a start to some of the results you received as a result of doing the simulation. But why don't you just provide us, just as an overview, what the simulation results were?
Okay. In general, first of all, I also want to worth noting that with this historical data input, it actually provides our other additional assurance of how our model was interpreted, because the better history match quality of this simulation, matching the historical data, which giving us a higher confidence in how this model behave in predicting the CO2 movement. And overall, we with all the operational constraint and the input we have from the DGC, we also put the secondary constraint of the bottom hole pressure, which is not going to be exceeding the 90% of the pressure fracture gradient, which is listed in section 2, around 0.71 psi per foot. With 90% of that threshold as a secondary constraint, we operate in those wells, which we can totally inject a little bit over 25 million tons of CO2 into the formation for over 12 years of injection period of time.
And how were the simulation results used to quality check the limits recommended for operating injection pressure?
Yeah, all the operational conditions we were put into the simulations. We also evaluating the different variations in the variant and the temperature input, all the wellbore model in the simulation model, and we predict all the various conditions to predict the potential operation pressure ranges and the maximum surface injection pressure response, etc., based on all those potential rate. And then we come up with this the predicted CO2 injection rate for the individual wells and the overall plume prediction.
That's all the questions I have for this witness, and I've now finished the group, so.
Questions for commission staff?
Page 3-2, paragraph 3. It's discussed that the variograms were used from Tundra's project, and you did have 3D seismic in a closer proximity with the Flemmer project to the west. Was that investigated as well?
Yes, we did look at the Flemmer 3D as well, but the generalization that the variograms that were reported in Tundra the Tundra SGS were determined to be a much better variograms to use in the distribution of properties between the control wells, which is why we focused on using those instead.
Was that determination based on the 2D seismic in the area?
It was based on the distribution of properties as it came from the 3D, not from the 2D.
So my question is, what made those Minn Kota 3D geobodies apply here rather than the Flemmer, which is closer?
The Minn Kota 3D geobodies, or the 3D seismic that was used, and the variograms that are interpreted from it, were determined to be a more generalized distribution of the lithofacies for the Broom Creek. And where we lack a lot of control through seismic and well control was determined to be much better than what was determined in the Flemmer 3D. Whereas in the Flemmer 3D, we had a much more site-specific interpretation of the lithology instead of a generalized, and where we have lack of well control moving further in the area with the Broom Creek, it was determined to use the more generalized ones that came from Minn Kota instead.
Thank you. 3-9. There's discussion of using the publicly available capillary entry pressures and the relative permeabilities. Were those taken from Minn Kota as well?
I can address that question. Yes, those public data we are coming from Minn Kota data. The reason we picked up, we also run the model with the set specific data from the capillary pressure and the relative permeability, which with that data set we actually generated a relatively smaller plume in order to giving us a more conservative result. We feel like using the public data we will be more conservative, which actually result in a slightly larger plume distribution.
So you use the more conservative model?
Yes.
And inputs?
Yeah.
And that model that was submitted then, would we expect to see the same capillary pressure and relative permeability curves in it?
Yes.
And I'd like you to address this in a supplemental, and maybe it's the version of the model I have, but looking through the rel perm and capillary entry pressures on there, they were different for anhydrite and siltstone for both rel perm and capillary entry pressures. The capillary pressures were different for the dolomitic sandstone and dolostone, but the rel perm curves were the same. And for the sandstone, both curves were the same.
Okay, we will provide you the information.
.323 through 328. What block sizes are we looking at for the cells here?
You mean the cell size
Yes.
of each? I don't have the number top of my head. It should describe some. Okay.
I can answer that. The average, I assume you're referring to both the X and Y and then the vertical
Yes.
thickness wells. The cell sizes are 1,000 by 1,000 feet, and then the vertical average is 3.5 feet, or 3.6 feet technically.
Thank you. .3-30. In the discussion of the delineation of the area of review, how frequently are these predictions going to be updated?
I do not have that information at this time. I believe Kevin would be better answering that.
You can answer.
At a minimum every 5 years, but as we collect the data and update the data, certainly if we see any major changes in what we were predicting today at permitting, we'll have to address those as we see them.
Thank you. 3-35. There were some wells that the Fox Hills was sampled in. Were any of the planned new drills sampled already?
I'll have to defer that answer that to Van when he testifies.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff?
Todd, when I asked Amanda about isolation of the injection zone and the proposed injection wells, she referred the question to you. Have you looked at the bond logs in the current wells that you've drilled? And is there sufficient cement to isolate the injection zone to keep all fluids from going either out of the confining zone in the top or the bottom of the zones? You look different than Todd.
My recollection, Bruce, is that question was going to be redirected to Van when he testified on well bore construction and design.
Okay. I wrote Todd down, but we'll wait for Van.
And then I'll be testifying on the area review in the very next segment here.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any further questions from staff? Is that all we have for this group?
Yep, that's all we have for this group.
Call the next group of witnesses. Thank you.
John? Okay, Kevin, you've been sworn and we've had your qualifications discussed. You've testified several times now, so let's go to your primary testimony, which is the area review. How was the area of review delineated that was described by Mr. Full?
So, as Mr. Full testified to, we applied the risk-based area review method to this project. When we did that
the result of that methodology to delineate the area review led to what I call the default area review based on the administrative regulations. So we have a 1 mile area review beyond the storage facility permit boundary of the area that we identified and investigated wells or any sort of penetrations within the area review and evaluated the construction of those wells. And we also looked for any major faulting or transmissive faults that would allow for leakage, geologic leakage into the underground sources of drinking water. Amanda testified to that earlier, that we have not found, we did not find any major faulting or fracturing in the area review, but we did locate and identify 3 wells in the area review that we evaluated. The Co2 well, which is newly drilled, it was drilled last year. That was the stratigraphic test well to characterize the geology, and ultimately the data that was collected in that well makes up the majority of the data that was provided in this permit application. In addition to that, we've already testified to the A and G wells. There's A and G 1 and A and G 2. Those wells were drilled in 1982 and 1984. And we evaluated those wells. Those are also in the area review. Those are active Class 1 injection wells. In addition to the 3 wells located within the bounds of the area review, we also evaluated an additional well, the Herman 1 well, that's located just outside the area review boundary. We did that. We wanted to go above and beyond with this application in our evaluation to ensure that the underground sources of drinking water would be protected. Descriptions of these 4 wells within that we evaluated or that are within the area review or just outside can be found in Figure 4.4. Oh, sorry, Table 4.2, page 4.8. And that table shows you the 4 wells. General information on those wellbore construction, in terms of the surface casing, long string casing, and then also the type of hole. These are all vertical wells, and the total depth, and so on and so forth. In addition to that, I want to point to the Commission's attention to Table 4.1 on page 4-7. We put this table together to ensure that we're in compliance with the rules and regulations, where we identified these different subsurface and surface features, for example, the wells in the area review, any sort of surface water bodies, where we identified whether they're within the area of review or not, because we wanted to demonstrate that we did investigate for these items, but some of which were not found. Like, for example, there are no producing wells in the area of review. The Figure 4.4 on page 4.5 is a map that shows the location of the wells that I just described. And we also provided a evaluation of each well on table 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, and 4.6 on pages 4.9 through 4.12. That's followed by wellbore diagrams to show you the current condition of each one of these wells.
Okay, the reevaluation of the AOR and corrective action plan period is proposed to not exceed 5 years. What would trigger a reevaluation prior to that 5-year period?
We're about to testify to the comprehensive monitoring program that we have established for this project, and that we have established in this permit application. So any significant changes or detections in our monitoring and the operational data that we'll be collecting throughout the operational phase of the project and post-operational phase of the project, and also any changes that could generate significant differences in the AOR, the area of review that we are predicting today.
So in addition to the overlying confining zones discussed by Amanda, what other information and data was used to assess protection of underground sources of drinking water within the area of review?
Well, within the area of review, we identified the Fox Hills Formation as the lowest underground source of drinking water. And Amanda did a really good job testifying to the confinement, the thousands of foot of shale that are between our lowest underground source of drinking water, which is the Fox Hills Formation, and our injection horizon, which is the Broom Creek Formation. So there's adequate isolation from any sort of potential vertical migration. We used the data from the USGS and the State Water Commission to identify all the water wells in the area, and also identify the different horizons that contain fresh water. As I mentioned, the lowest USDW is the Fox Hills Formation, with the overlying Hell Creek Formation is a confined aquifer system.
Is that covered all, or are there some other protections that would be implemented for underground sources of drinking water?
So as I mentioned, the Broom Creek Formation, which is our injection zone, and the lowest underground source of drinking water are isolated geologically and hydrogeologically by multiple impermeable rock layers. You can see in Figure 410 within the permit application on page 418 is a generalized cross-section that shows the different formations that are between both the injection zone and the lowest underground source of drinking water. To note, the Pierre Formation, our Upper Cretaceous shale, is a thick shale that is continuous throughout the area review in the project area, and that would act as the primary barrier for protecting our underground sources of drinking water. Groundwater monitoring wells are being installed at each injection well pad to sample the Fox Hills Formation for baseline, to establish a baseline, and also for during the operational, post-operational life of the project. And we'll discuss that more as we talk about our monitoring program, and also as we talk about our wellbore construction.
Okay, we're ready to move to Mr. Hunt. John, would you state your full name for the record, please?
John Hunt,
And John, by whom are you employed?
Energy and Environmental Research Center.
In what capacity?
I'm a geoscientist and monitoring, verification, and accounting coordinator.
Is your microphone on?
I apologize.
That's fine. Can you briefly highlight for us your educational background and work experience?
Yeah, I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in geology and a Master of Science degree also in geology. I spent 3 years at Chesapeake Energy in Oklahoma City in petroleum exploration and development. And currently I have a year at the EERC working in my current capacity. I'm also a licensed professional geologist.
And what was your role with respect to DGC's application?
For the Great Plains CO2 sequestration project, I led the development of the testing and monitoring plan, as well as the post-injection site care and facility closure plan.
Tell us how that testing and monitoring plan was developed.
The testing and monitoring plan was developed and really informed by the site characterization activities that were previously testified on today. And that was done to develop a site-specific MVA approach or strategy to the project.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The testing and monitoring plan was also informed and really designed to fulfill all of the permit requirements under the North Dakota Administrative Code.
And how does it do that? How does it meet those permit requirements for comprehensive monitoring and addressing aspects of well integrity and that sort of thing?
So this testing and monitoring plan will verify that the CO2 geologic storage project is operating as permitted and is also protecting all underground sources of drinking water.
Let's talk first about surface facilities. Can you describe the surface facilities plan for us?
Sure. Let me point the commission first to Table 5-1 on page 5-2. And this table provides an overview of DGC's comprehensive testing and monitoring plan. Activities in the plan include analysis of the CO2 stream, the surface facilities and infrastructure plan, a wellbore monitoring plan, and an environmental monitoring plan. So speaking first to the surface facilities plan, the principal components of the surface facilities and infrastructure include the CO2 flow line, as well as the injection wellheads. The CO2 stream flowing through the flow line and into the injection wellheads will be analyzed daily at DGC's capture facility, where it will be tested for its to determine its chemical content and composition. The CO2 flow line will be monitored with flow meters placed at each injection wellhead, and then at just after the start of the capture facility, so at the start of the transportation process, and that'll be done to perform mass balance calculations and to monitor the flow line continuously. Another part of the flow line worth pointing out to the Commission is the fact that the flow line will be monitored with a SCADA system. And so this system is outfitted with an automated alarm system that will alert DGC, the Control Center or Operations Center, in the event of any anomalous reading, and give them the opportunity to shut in operations if they so determine that is the correct or a necessary course of action. Moving on to, I guess as part of the, I want to move next to the well pads and production layout to just review briefly, due to the nature of the CO2 stream having.
So I would just stop you for a second. Are you now going to get into what sort of activities you're going to have in terms of monitoring the wellbore?
Not quite yet.
Okay, all right.
So figure 5-1 on page 5-5 shows a production layout of the Co2 well pad, and just wanted to point out to the Commission that just point to the locations of the H2S detection stations, and so these will be placed inside and outside the wellhead enclosures as well as on the flow line riser to provide workspace atmospheric monitoring. And then the last thing from a surface facilities perspective I wanted to point to was figure 5-2 on page 5-9. This is for the surface corrosion plan. And so joining the flow line riser and the injection wellhead, we see on the right-hand side of this figure, number 5 there in the green. This is L80 tubing. This is a test section, so this is the same material that is being used in the downhole wellbore environment. And this section will be tested with ultrasonic equipment to monitor for surface corrosion. And that'll be done monthly in the first quarter, and then quarterly for the first 2 years, and then assuming there's no corrosion detected in the surface section, then that part of the plan, the corrosion monitoring plan, will move to the wellbore environment, which we'll get into here in the next section.
All right, let's go to that. Let's talk about the wellbore monitoring.
Okay. So I'll refer the Commission to figure 5-7, I'm sorry, table 5-7 on page 5-17. And the first part of this table is on the mechanical integrity testing so the activities that will be performed to monitor the well bores. So the portion there that mentions the USIT and then the multi-finger imaging tool, these are the tools that will be used to evaluate wall material thickness. Once the surface corrosion monitoring section, transfers over into the downhole methods. And so I don't want to, for the sake of time, I don't want to go through this table, line by line, but I do want to call attention to the second row here under the operational period. where it talks about a quarterly phased approach to acquire temperature logs for confirming external mechanical integrity. Those logs will be acquired on a quarterly rotational basis, so I'll describe what that means. It means that after baseline temperature logs are acquired, then in the first quarter of the injection operations, the Co2 will have that temperature log run in it, and then in the second quarter, the Co2 will then take its turn, and in quarter 3 and so on through the Co2 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then that cycle will be repeated annually.
Okay, let's now talk about baseline near-surface sampling plan. Can you provide us a summary of that plan?
Sure. So let's go to back to figure 5-3 on page 5-12. And on that page, we see a map showing DGC's initiated baseline sampling program. There are 3 wells in the blue circles and labeled on the map that fall near or just outside the AOR boundary that were sampled as part of this baseline sampling program. These wells are all drilled to the Fox Hills Formation, and these wells will be sampled 3 to 4 times prior to injection, and then also 3 to 4 times throughout the life of the project, including the injection and post-injection periods. And then calling attention to the orange squares, there are 11 soil gas profile stations already installed, and the locations of those stations, there are 6 near each of the injection wellheads, and then 5 more spaced out around the stabilized CO2 plume extent or near the storage facility area boundary. These will also be sampled 3 to 4 times prior to injection and 3 to 4 times throughout the life of the project, including the operational and post-operational periods. And then finally, for the near-surface plan, moving to figure 5-4, once injection operations begin, those 3 wells that I called attention to in figure 5-3 will no longer be sampled, and DGC will install 6 Fox Hills, dedicated Fox Hills monitoring wells near each of the injection well sites, and sample those 3 to 4 times in each year. And then just calling attention to the 7th Fox Hills monitoring well that will be drilled and installed near the Herman 1 well. And that will be sampled once to obtain a baseline data, groundwater sample from. So moving to the storage reservoir monitoring, both direct and indirect methods will be used as part of the plan to monitor the storage reservoir. The direct methods include the pulse neutron logging to monitor the saturation profile of the storage reservoir, and the pulse neutron logs and actually bottom hole pressure data will be acquired using that same phased approach that I described earlier throughout the operational period. And then lastly, moving to the indirect methods or geophysical monitoring methods, we have 2D time-lapse seismic surveys planned. And actually a baseline 2D seismic survey has already been acquired, as was mentioned earlier in this hearing. So I'll just call attention to figure 5-7, just to give the commission a chance to look at the surface design or layout of this 2D survey. The 2D surface design looks like the spokes of a wagon wheel, as we can see there in the figure with the orange lines. And we have there in the dashed white line the 5-year plume extent once operations begin. These 2D lines can be expanded as necessary as the plume migrates, and the main purpose of using time-lapse 2D seismic surveys to monitor the CO2 plume is to track the CO2 plume over time and ensure that the geologic model and simulations the predictions are conforming to those predictions. And then lastly, there are vertical seismic profiles, or VSPs, planned. And a VSP has been acquired and then will be acquired a year after injection operations begin, and then the frequency is to be determined pending the results of that next VSP. And sorry, I did forget to mention the frequency of acquiring the time-lapse seismic data, which will be baseline, and then in year 1, year 3, year 5, and year 10 during the operational period, and then that same frequency will be repeated in the post-operational period of the project.
John, in your opinion, has DGC proposed monitoring facilities and protocols to assess the location and migration of carbon dioxide injected for storage and to ensure compliance with all permits, statutory, and administrative requirements?
Yes.
What are those monitoring facilities?
Those monitoring facilities, as included in Table 5-1, include the analysis of the CO2 stream, the surface infrastructure, including principally the CO2 flow line, or the flow lines, and the injection wellheads, the wellbore monitoring, as well as the near surface monitoring efforts.
That's all the questions I have for this witness and this group.
Okay. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Kevin, starting on 4-3. The caption for this mentions teal squares representing vacant buildings and blue squares representing commercial buildings, and I don't see either of those on the legend or on the map.
Yeah, sorry, that map, there must have been little wires crossed there. So if you looked on page 7-5 in the Emergency and Remedial Response Plan on figure 7-2, that's where you can see the location of the different building types within the area of review.
Looking at 4-4. So the stabilized CO2 extent with the dotted orange or dashed orange line and the storage facility area in purple, there's quite a bit more buffer to the south and to the north and to the southwest as they're compared to on the east side. What determined that storage facility area?
Well, there's some key criteria to determining the storage facility area as we work toward compliance with creating a buffer zone. And so what went into the decision to create the storage facility area extent and ultimately the buffer included the what we anticipate today at the time of permitting, the migration of the CO2 plume post-injection. We see the CO2 plume migrating to the east and to the south. And so we wanted to build in an additional buffer there. And as well, we wanted to also have the opportunity, potential, a little bit of flexibility in the future to the south. And that was based on the fact that we have two wells, the A&G wells in the Broom Creek Formation. There could be a potential expansion to the south, and so we wanted to try to take that into account at the time of permitting.
And then on that same image, there's a very large number of observation or monitoring wells likely associated with the mining project. And we only have some of the lab analyses for that. And given how many wells there are, we probably don't want a broken out well analysis of each one of them, but a summary of critical elements would be good.
So you're asking for additional information other than what's provided in the appendix?
Or an explanation on why that sample set was chosen for what was submitted.
Can you repeat that?
Or an explanation of why that sample set that was submitted was chosen, since it doesn't appear to be all of them.
Well, the initial explanation for the sample set that was provided, sorry, I'm trying to get to the appendix that it's found in. I believe it's Appendix B, was we used that sample set to establish our baseline groundwater for these different shallow aquifer systems. So we wanted to make sure that we had a solid baseline established, but we didn't want to provide historical data. We wanted to use recent sampling events to establish that baseline.
So for the ones that were chosen for the baseline, would you be able to provide the lab analysis for? We just have a summary snippet of most of them in the application.
So there may be challenges with that I can't anticipate. We could certainly look into that to see if we have that available. This is not necessarily data that's provided by the applicant. This is data that would be provided by Coteau Properties.
I understand. If you can provide a supplement addressing that, that's fine too.
Okay.
Four -9. That Herman #1 well is right on the outside of that AOR, but it's open from the Indian Cara down to the Broom Creek, correct?
Correct.
So if that well was going to eventually be exposed to the plume in future AOR updates, what actions would be taken on that well?
Well, at the time of permitting, we do not anticipate that well will see CO2. We do anticipate that well will see a little bit of elevated pressure at the height of injection. We think that's going to be about, we're predicting 150 to 200 psi. And so, as was mentioned in the testimony on the monitoring program, we have plans to install a Fox Hills monitoring well to establish a baseline of the Fox Hills formation. Certainly, as required, as we're collecting data, if we see a significant change in our area of review delineation, if we see a significant change in the plume movement as predicted today, we would have to reevaluate the area of review, and ultimately there's potential that we would have to determine there is corrective action. Today, at the time of permitting, we've made a determination that there is not corrective action necessary.
Thank you. 5-3. And we may get into this more when we're talking about the injection wells, but so if you need to defer it, feel free. But there's discussion here of running a BHP reading along with the temperature log, and that wellhead pressure is going to be used for determining what the bottom hole pressure is during injection activities. If you're unable to reconcile the bottom hole pressure through those tests to the wellhead pressure, what options will you have on these wells?
Just to clarify, so you mean if the correlation between the surface and the bottom hole, that gradient can't accurately be established?
Yes.
Then DGC will continue to acquire the bottom hole pressure readings until it can be demonstrated that correlation is accurate.
Okay. Thank you. On any of these well pad drawings, so 5-5, where are the risers going to be located? Are they going to be right outside of the pad or inside of the pad berm?
I would have to defer that question to Van.
And then in 5-9. On the image, number 5 has that there's going to be a section of L80 there. Is that a transition from the line, the flow line, to being L80, or is it in the form of a corrosion coupon?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Sure. If you're looking at number 5 in that image, is that going to be a corrosion coupon of L80 there, or is that going to be the actual line? It will be L80.
The actual line, yeah. So it's the same material that is being used downhole, that same tubing material, and it'll be tested, used as a test section with ultrasonic equipment.
Looking at that same image, there's a note on there that's transition point from a transmission pipeline to an injection well flow line. So that is where DGC is proposing the transition from Public Service Commission jurisdiction to Department of Mineral Resource jurisdiction takes place.
Yes, I believe so.
Yes, that's correct.
And given that the meter for the well and that the capture meter for the facility will be all under Public Service Commission jurisdiction, you understand that the capture and injection rates and monitoring will still be subject to our jurisdiction for reporting requirements.
Correct, yes.
5-10. In discussion of surface leak detection and monitoring plan, was there an evaluation done of what the radius of impact would be if there was a release from the wellhead or from the flow line that could impact human life would be?
That'll be something that we follow. The next testimony, we can address that.
So that'll be covered.
When we talk about our emergency response and worker safety.
Okay, thank you. Five -11. The near surface soil gas and groundwater sampling monitoring, it mentions in this write-up that seasonal baseline is going to be collected. Has that already been completed?
Yes, that sampling program has been initiated, and I believe at this time a total of 2 sample events have been performed.
Being from 2 different seasons then?
Yeah, correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff?
John, if you'd go to page 517. It's table 5-7. Looking at the tubing casing annulus pressure testing MITs, it says under the operational column, first of all, it says duration 12 years. Is that the length, the life of the well that you expect is 12 years of ejection?
The 12 years is the length of the CO2 injection period.
Okay. And then further in that cell there, it says frequency performed during well workovers, but not more frequently than once every 5 years. Should that say, but not less frequently instead of more frequently? I mean, if you had a integrity issue and you replace the packer or tubing every year, what this says is, well, I'm only going to test it no more than once every 5 years, so I'm not going to test it after I pull the packer. That should say not less than, right?
Yeah, Bruce, we can make that change. I think what we're trying to capture in there is that we will certainly be running MITs when we perform well workovers when the well's been pulled, but also if the well hasn't been pulled, we would have to perform that at least every 5 years.
But it says you would not do it more frequently than once every 5 years. Well, okay. And then also up at the USIT log, it says the same language are performed when tubing is pulled out, but not more frequently than once every 5 years. Is it your intent if you pull the tubing every year to run that USIT log in it? Every time?
Yeah, the USIT log would be a little bit of a different story. And that's an operational cost consideration. Certainly, we would want to limit the number of times we run a USIT log, as long as we have a good baseline. But we do want to use the USIT log as an external, to demonstrate external mechanical integrity. And so we would be running it at least every 5 years.
Okay, but you say when tubing is pulled, so is it your intent every time you pull tubing to run that log?
The intent would be to as it says, not run it more frequently than once every 5 years, but when the tubing is pulled, like during a workover. I think the key point maybe to point out here is if you look at the monitoring types in that first column, where we have an alternate method that is providing data, for example, for the external mechanical integrity, for confirming that. For example, we have the temperature logs running on that quarterly basis. So in each of the wells, you have every year, effectively, at least one temperature log to help confirm that external mechanical integrity. And therefore, the USIT would be used as it is a more robust data set. But again, because of the cost considerations, for example, for the USIT, we don't want to run that at more frequently than once every 5 years. In a similar case, for monitoring the internal mechanical integrity. So we have a continuous method with that 200 psi kept on the annulus between the tubing and long string. And therefore, the tubing annulus pressure testing would not need to be performed, except, not more frequently than once every 5 years.
Okay, and then going back to the MITs, we wouldn't want you to use a different type of method of monitoring than doing an MIT if you're pulling your tubing or packer. I mean, if you're doing that workover, MIT is going to be required. You're not going to be able to use a temperature log or another method here. I just want to point that out. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Mr. Bender?
Nothing further with this group. Mr. Examiner, I think, to be respectful of the commission's time, we could probably speed up the process a little bit if we take the last three items, which are emergency response, well design, casing, cementing, and plugging, and financial demonstration, and put them in one group. And we can get everybody up here and get through it relatively quickly, I believe.
Any objection from commission staff?
Lawrence, was the post-injection site care, section 6, going to be covered as well?
Go ahead.
So the intent, Stephen, there was to cover post-injection site care as we talked about the monitoring program and the intent to monitor in the post-injection. That was the extent of our testimony. So we could certainly answer questions on the post-injection site care.
Yeah, just have two questions from that section.
Okay. You'll handle it? Okay. Do you want to just handle it in the next session then? Or do you want to ask those questions now?
We can handle it in the next session.
Okay. So we'll get the next group up here. There'll be plenty of room here, so. Wasn't Rich gonna come up? Yeah, wherever. I'll move over here a little bit. Get your mic. Okay, we're next gonna move to the emergency response plan. We'll be calling Claude O'Berry. Claude, would you state your full name for the record? Make sure your mic is on.
My name is Claude O'Berry.
And Claude, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Dakota Gasification Company.
In what capacity?
I'm the pipeline superintendent.
Can you provide for us just briefly your work experience?
Yeah, I worked with the Dakota Gasification for 39 years. Of that 39 years, the last 26 years I've been within managerial positions, from supervisor all the way to my current superintendent level.
Okay, and what are some of your responsibilities in that position?
Okay, currently I take care of the safe operation, maintenance, and compliance regulations on our CO2 pipeline, 205-mile CO2 pipeline to Canada, and our two synthetic natural gas pipelines.
In North Dakota?
In North Dakota,
Okay.
yes.
And can you just briefly describe for us the emergency response and remedial response plans that DGC has in place right now for the pipelines that you discussed?
Sure. Part of the operation of the pipeline, we have the SCADA, as mentioned earlier, but it's a leak detection system. So it's monitoring the pressure and temperature and flows of the pipeline at all times, and it's monitored 24 hours in our control room. We have control room operators that are continuously monitoring that. Should any deviation within the flow, temperature, or pressure happen, an alarm will come into the control room. They will analyze it and make the determination of whether to shut the well in or not. At any case, if they shut the well in, our field techs will be called out to go out and check the area, see what's going on with it.
Okay. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what sort of emergency response facilities or equipment or personnel you have at the plant site right now?
Also, I'm also in charge of our protection services group, which takes care of the security, hazmat, fire protection, and medical within the plant, as well as on our pipeline. They're the first responders on any pipeline emergency. They're all trained in hazmat technician, which would be handling of any hazardous materials. If there was a leak, they'd be the first ones to respond. We have a reverse 911 system, which any people within the corridor that live or work within that area would get initiated a call, and that call would tell them either shelter in place, evacuate, and explain what the situation is.
Okay. And what sort of relationship do you have with other first responders in the area, either county, city, or the like?
Okay. About every 2 years, we meet with the local law enforcement, local emergency responders, and we provide them with our emergency response plan. We go over a little quick training with them, and let them understand what the hazards are of the pipeline, the CO2 pipeline, and the natural gas pipeline. So the locals, like say in Hebron, Glen Olin, Beulah, we meet with them periodically. We're also a member of the local emergency planning commission, so we work with the with them as well, and we've done mock drills, tabletop drills in a situation if we just to have a pipeline leak in the area that would include them. But their first, really what we would only use them for right now would be the law enforcement to maybe block off any roads that needed to be blocked off, because our group would take care of the emergency. You know, we would isolate it. We would take care of whatever the emergency would be.
And it's my understanding that DGC is also a member of the North Dakota Pipeline Association. Can you explain how being a member of that association helps in terms of emergency response and workforce safety, and that sort of thing?
So the North Dakota Pipeline Association, what they are is for your number one cause of pipeline accidents or third-party interference. Somebody out there digging or excavating out near your pipeline that hasn't been notified. So what we do with this group is we work with this group, get hold of all the local contractors, excavators, anybody working in the area that would make them aware where our pipelines are at, what steps should be taken before they do any digging in that area, reverse the one call, North Dakota one call system. It's an awareness program for all the contractors. And remember that we do meetings in certain towns in the area that would have the contractors that work in our area.
And you also have regular meetings with local responders. Even though you handle a lot of stuff internally,
Yeah.
you still have educational programs for
Yeah.
those local emergency response people. Is that correct?
Yeah, we supply them with our emergency response plan. We also, on our website, I've got our emergency response plans on there, the hazards of the pipelines, that's all public information. We would utilize the county sheriff as a backup, also the hospitals in Hazen, Skakawea Medical, their ambulance, and Beulah Fire and Beulah Police. They're all in our system and reverse 911, and if something was to happen and we needed their services, they would get a call as well. And they've all been briefed and educated on our pipelines.
That's all the questions I have for Claude. Would move to Van Spence. Van, will you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, hi, I'm Van Spence.
And Van, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Rampart Energy Company.
Can you briefly, well, let's start out with your educational background and work experience. Tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, I've got a degree in petroleum engineering from University of Wyoming. Started my career with Shell, working in West Texas in the Atchafalaya Basin. 1993, I moved to Denver to work for Duncan Energy, which was the predecessor to Rampart Energy, and started as a senior production engineer in North Dakota, and then an engineering manager, Rocky Mountain vice president, and eventually president as of 2006.
And you're the president of, you said, of Rampart, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And the president of Carbon Vault, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And tell us what your involvement was in this application.
Rampart basically acted on DGC's behalf for all of the, basically from the transmission line down to the wellhead and downhole. We acted on their behalf in terms of the seismic chute, the installation of the Fox Hills monitoring wells, the soil gas sampling wells, all of that. I basically, early on, was sort of our point person for Carbon Vault in the project, and I've stayed in that position since then.
Okay. And Rampart was involved in the design of the well, is that correct?
Correct.
Why don't you describe for us just briefly the well design?
All right. If you go to Figure 9.1 on page 9.2, that's a schematic of the Co2 1 well. This is the well that was drilled last summer as a stratigraphic test well, and is basically the center of our universe in terms of the seismic chutes and the fact that it was the strat test. The well itself was drilled basically consistently with the wells in the previous applications that you've seen. We drilled down through the Fox Hills into the Pierre Shale, set surface casing there, then drilled to TD and ran CO2 resistant 13 chrome pipe across the affected interval, and then also the lower section of the zone is cemented with CO2 resistant cement. We bring that up to a DV tool above so we circulate the lower section of the CO2 resistant cement, and then once it's reached the DV tool, we set an external casing packer, just kind of as a belt and suspenders to have additional protection on the backside. From there, we cement to the surface with normal cement. Each of the follow-up wells, Co2 2 through 6, are planned to be completed in the same, or not completed, but drilled and cased in the same fashion.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about completion. Do you have a wellbore schematic that you can discuss for us that talks about completion?
Yes, if you go to figure 11.2 on page 11.6, I think is the best one we've got. This is the completion plan for the Coteau 1, but again, it will be similar for each of the wells. Just as an update, the Coteau 1 has been drilled. That was drilled and cased last summer. The Coteau 4 is currently being drilled with the 3 and 2 planned to be drilled after it. After pressure testing the casing and perforating the Broom Creek, we'll run a step rate test. Then we'll run an injection packer down to 25 feet above the perforations. The packer and any materials below the packer will be CO2 resistant, nickel plated sort of equipment. And then from the packer up, we'll be running 4.5 inch standard L80 pipe, which is a little different than what you've seen. The process here where we end up with the CO2 byproduct, we end up with a very dry stream. So there is no entrained water like there might be in another process. So we'll be running just straight L80 tubing. We're basing that on the 20-year history of the pipeline going to Canada with just normal steel. And then beyond that, we had Stress Engineering run a compatibility test with our exact stream in L80. And then like John had mentioned, just so we've got a backup look, if you will, a simple look to make sure everything's going fine, we're running that joint of L80 at the surface. So we've got a way of doing regular, very routine testing up front just to make sure everything looks okay.
Okay, let's move to the injection operations. Just briefly discuss for us what the planned injection operations are.
Okay. As been mentioned before, initially we'll be taking the excess volumes off the compressors that exceed the contracted volumes to Canada. On average, that has been about 55 million cubic feet a day of CO2, which is about 1 million ton a year. The first of the contracts runs out year end 24, so we have a forecast increase in volume to 70 million a day. And then in May of 2026, we'd reach our maximum expected volume, 140 million a day, or about 2.6 million tons a year. So after the assumed 12-year life, we would be just under 26 million tons of CO2 stored.
And what's the plan for operations after you stop injecting?
At the cessation of injection, the plan is to abandon all 6 producers. The Fox Hills monitoring wells and the soil gas sampling wells will remain active and being sampled quarterly. The 2D seismic monitoring will continue, but the plan at this point would be to plug all of the 6 wells so they don't serve as potential vertical migration paths.
Okay. We're ready to move to financial assurance demonstration. Recall Kevin Connors. Kevin, can you briefly describe the financial assurance the applicant intends to put into place in this case?
Yes, I'd like to draw the Commission's attention to page 12-2, table 12-1. Prior to beginning injection operations, DGC will establish $20 million in financial assurance demonstration. You can see in table 12-1 that's broken out into 4 categories. As I testified to earlier during the area review testimony, we have determined at this time that no corrective action is necessary, so there would be 0 cost that would be covered in the financial assurance demonstration. For the injection well plugging, post-injection site care, and facility closure phase of the project, the financial assurance demonstration that will be established, like I mentioned, prior to operations is an escrow account, and we've been working to get that established leading up to prior to starting injection. And then for the emergency and remedial response that we estimate costs to be $16 million, there will be a third-party pollution liability insurance policy established.
Okay, Kevin, based on your study and review and the testimony that you provided, the exhibits that you have discussed, In your opinion, are the horizontal and vertical boundaries of the storage reservoir adequately defined?
Yes, the engineering safeguards are in place, and the site consists of ideal geologic barriers, has been testified to protect human health and the environment of endangerment risks associated with CO2 injection activities for this project.
And in your opinion, do the boundaries include buffer areas to ensure that the storage facility is operated safely and as contemplated?
Yes, this application has horizontal and vertical boundaries for the storage reservoir that are defined.
Okay, and in your opinion, can the storage facility be operated so that it will not endanger human health nor unduly endanger the environment?
Yes, it can. This project site and the design, the engineering designs on this for this project. First of all, the site consists of an ideal geologic setting. I think we've established that in the permit application and a testimony. And then the wells have been designed, as been testified to, and engineered and constructed in a manner that protects underground sources of drinking water and ultimately ensures that the CO2 will be injected or placed in the subsurface safely and permanently stored. I believe that the engineering safeguards are in place with a multifaceted monitoring approach with the surface facilities and the subsurface.
And finally, in your opinion, is the storage facility such that it's in the public interest?
Yes, it is. The storage facility as proposed today will benefit the state and the global environment by reducing greenhouse gas emissions and continuing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That has been talked about earlier in the early part of the testimony. DGC has captured and sequestered over 40 million tons of carbon dioxide since 2000. This is going to increase that, and certainly it'll help ensure the viability of the state's coal and power industries to the economic benefit of North Dakota and its citizens.
Mr. Examiner, that's all the questions I have. That's all the witnesses we intend to call. We did discuss two exhibits, which I delivered to Bethany at the beginning of the hearing. Exhibit 1 was this large 3-ring binder, and then Exhibit 2 was a very small packet that included the summary of leases that had been taken that Mr. Murray discussed, and then the other document in there was a reply to the DEQ response letter. So we'd offer those two exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Van, once the wells are drilled, is Rampart going to maintain the operator, or will the wells be transferred over to Co2?
We'll be drilling the wells under our bond, and then prior to injection startup, the wells will be transferred to DGC's name.
Thank you.
Van, can you tell me where the risers are going to be located?
Yeah, the riser coming off of the gas meter will be external to the little building on site where the transmission line and flow line meet. Our risers will either come up inside of the building or immediately outside of the building and go inside. We haven't constructed one of the buildings yet.
Thank you.
And Steve, just to answer your other question, we've actually had 3 gas samples to date. We've done a winter, spring, and summer sampling thus far.
Referring to the soil gas?
Yes.
Claude, has DGC gone through an analysis of radius of impact in the event of a release from either the well or the flow lines?
Yeah, back in 1999, when we first commissioned that first CO2 line, we had an engineering dispersion model done. And they took a 14-inch pipeline with our current pressures of 2,700. I think it was like a 4-inch hole in the pipe release and a 20-mile-an-hour wind. They ran this model out because the H2S would have been the major hazard of the CO2. CO2 is an asphyxiant, H2S obviously is different. But the CO2 out to 2,000 feet, just under 2,000 feet, like 1980 feet, you would get ideal H, which is 100 ppm H2S. So at that 200 feet, so that means 2,000 feet. So that was the most critical area. We took our buffer zone and we extended out to a mile on either side of the pipeline. And within that mile, we keep track of all the residents within that mile. They're in our database for reverse 911, so if anything was to happen, we would notify them. In 2018, we did another dispersion model, which we took into consideration because CO2 and H2S is heavier than air, it's going to settle in the low areas. So we extended our model, and we included valleys and that type of thing along our corridors. And within that, we still stayed within the 1 mile buffer. So we really didn't have to change any of our buffer areas. We extended a few spots, but we took both things into consideration. So yes, so right now we have a buffer of a mile on either side of the pipeline. And we would keep track of any residents within that mile.
So then would you have a mile buffer from these wells?
Yes, yep.
And are there any residential lands in that buffer?
There's no occupants, residents in that area. The only thing we have would be AVS power plant and Co2 properties. They're within that buffer, and they're in our system already. And we will do another safety and training with them guys, let them aware of where the pipelines are at and what to look for if they ever see anything. So they're included within that area.
Thank you. Kevin, page 6-1. In your pre and post injection pressure differential, there's discussion that at the time that CO2 injections have stopped, there'll be insufficient pressure to move fluids to the deepest USDWs. But isn't that pressure already existing in the Broom Creek, even prior to injection operations?
Yes, in this area, the Broom Creek is overpressurized, although I don't have the information from me right now, the exact pressure it would take to raise a column of fluid from the Broom Creek to the lowest USDW.
So if you're already at that pressure, though, that statement of 400 to 450 differential increase being insufficient to raise fluid would be incorrect.
I don't know that that's incorrect right now. I'd have to look to see what the actual pressure is that could drive fluids up from the Broom Creek to USDWs, and also take into account the properties of the Indian Cara Formation as a potential thief zone, as we call it, that would take fluids.
So if you could either validate or invalidate it either way through a supplemental write-up.
Okay.
Six -4. The geophysical monitoring in that center box where there's a minimum of 10 years and the frequency states perform 2D radial seismic surveys at the cessation of injection 1 year after injection begins. Should that be 1 year after injection seeds?
Correct, yes.
Seven -12. For your phone number list, we don't.
Stephen, I just want to back up.
Sure, go ahead.
We plan on taking a 2D radial seismic survey 1 year after injection begins, and then at increments 3 years, 5 years, and then 10 years. And then And then there will be one done at cessation of injection.
Just that one?
Then that will continue as part of the time-lapse surveys, will continue as part of the 10-year post-injection period to support the assessment of the CO2 plume. So we have to see where we're at after the first year and base the duration or the next survey on those results.
But the statement in the box is talking about after injection begins, and this is the post-injection site care portion.
Correct. I just want to cross-reference that with Table 5.7 on page 5-18. There's, under the geophysical indirect monitoring approach for time-lapse seismic, during the operational phase, there will be a repeat 2D seismic 1 year after injection begins, then in years 3, year 5, and year 10. And then as you can see, there's a column on the far right for the post-operational phase. And it says in there that time-lapse surveys will continue as part of the 10-year post-injection monitoring plan and until stability of the plume is demonstrated. The frequency, we're going to perform a 2D radial seismic survey at the cessation of CO2 injection and 1 year after injection ends, then years 3, 5, and 10. So that is more clear than the table that you're referring to in the post-injection site care as our approach to post-injection monitoring.
Okay, thank you. 7-12. We don't need this updated for our records, but for your emergency communications plan, our phone number is incorrect on there. It's 328 rather than 327.
Thank you.
Section 9. Van, if I could have you validate the surface locations. This can be done supplementally. I don't expect you to have all of this on hand here. But the package that we received, for example, we have footages for the Co2 number 4 in North Star as they were submitted in the APD. You have 1641 and 2421 for footages. And then in this application package, you have 1665 and 2319.
Okay.
So all of the numbers in the package versus what were submitted in the APDs are different, and I just want to have that validated before writing those numbers in.
Okay, will do. It's probably pre and post survey.
And this could also be addressed after, or if you have an answer now, that's fine too, looking at the footages for the proposed Co2 5 and 6, realizing that they aren't drilled yet. I'm just curious if those footages have been surveyed already or if that's a general area.
We haven't surveyed them yet, I don't believe. No, they have not been surveyed yet, so it's just a general area. There'll be ties to the model coordinates.
Mm-hmm. Section 11. And I probably should have asked Todd this earlier, but Kevin, if you can answer. The model had the Co2 number 4 in 3 different locations, and the one that was chosen to be injected into was titled the 6 Alt South. I'm just curious on why there were 3 locations there and why that one was ultimately chosen.
Can you clarify your question? Is there somewhere in the permit that you're pointing to?
It's in the geologic model. So that can be addressed in a supplement as well if you choose to.
I can answer. Sure. We had the original, in the original modeling, that location was called number 6. So that's where the 6 came from. And then as we got out there, Co2 had some surface ownership issues that they preferred that we move it either north or south. So we ran cases with a 6 north and a 6 south. We ended up with that 6 south being the actual Co2 4 location.
Thank you. Section 12. Or 12-4. Looking at the implementation of PISC and facility closure activities and the breakout that's listed there, you have that those activities include near surface monitoring for a total of 800,000 and seismic for 2.2 million. But it's also mentioned in those activities in that right up above that there's formation monitoring and MIT and site closure activities. Those don't appear to be included in the estimate.
Can you point me to where you're looking? I'm sorry, I'm not
Sure. 12-4, it's under the write-up and 12.3.3, and then the table breakout, which is table 12-2 right below.
And can you clarify the question, Stephen?
The main question I have is, these activities also include formation monitoring, the MIT that's mentioned in there under Part B, as well as site closure activities under Part D, and I'm wondering why those weren't included in that total.
I've got it, Kevin, if you want. Yeah. There'll be MIT work done on the wells themselves before they're plugged, just to make sure we don't have any issues internally, but then the well bores get plugged. So from an ongoing monitoring standpoint, the wells themselves won't be involved. It'll just be soil gas sampling and freshwater monitoring and seismic.
And then how about the site closure activities in terms of reclamation, anything else? Is that going to be tied to the injection well
Yeah,
coverage?
it's included with the P&A of the wells themselves.
So even though that B and D portion are mentioned under here, that's actually going to be covered under the wells themselves?
Yes. I say that we may have to carve out something for the monitoring wells themselves.
Well, so yeah, so there's, with the P&A activities, there's covered some pad reclamation, but in addition, we include an additional $300,000 for site closure activities for the monitoring wells, and you can see that found in table 12-2. So there's substantial financial assurance established for not only plugging and reclamation of the injection well sites, but also for the monitoring wells.
I see. I didn't catch that since it's covered under the Fox Hill sampling and analysis. Thank you for pointing it out. Thank you.
So Kevin, just to clarify off that last part there, that $300,000, will initial reclamation, like will they pull the sites in on the initial part just to leave enough room just for the sampling wells, or will the entire pad remain after the wells are plugged?
Yes, that's the plan, is during well plugging and abandonment activities, there'll be there's some additional cost built into to bringing in the pad and leaving it in a condition, during what's in the rules and what's required for the final assessment for the post-injection site care activities is to work with the commission in terms of how the site is going to be monitored and left, not only during this phase, but also following the post-injection site care during the long-term monitoring and management of the site. And so certainly there will be working directly with the commission staff to understand what post-injection facilities look like and what's left and remaining at the site during this phase of the project.
Okay, thanks.
Kevin, table 12.1 on page 12.2. It was discussed earlier, and you mentioned it here, that right now there's no corrective action in the AOR as being evaluated at this point. The question was raised a little bit earlier that Herman well, just outside of the AOR, if modeling does indicate, post phase modeling when you are actively injecting, if modeling is indicating that the plume is moving in that direction. Where would where would the money come from to address what might need to happen on that well in that scenario? Would it come out of one of these contingencies, or is there something else that would be tapped?
My understanding of what would be required is there's a review period, not less than every 5 years. And so during that review period, and as I addressed the question earlier with the Herman well, if there was monitoring that indicated that the plume movement was different than what we're predicting, substantially different than we're predicting, and it changes and changes the area of review, that would trigger reevaluation of certain items within the permit. I would assume the monitoring program and the financial assurance demonstration. And at that time, the commission would be addressing with DGC increasing financial assurance demonstration for the corrective action and ultimately the cost of the corrective action. That has not been determined.
Okay, so you would evaluate that potential and we basically would have another hearing to address it.
Correct. We'd be required to.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll try my question on you this time. Amanda had talked about isolation of injection into the Broom Creek and how we have confining zones above and below. And then I addressed the wells themselves. Of course, you have to have integrity and good cement isolating that zone of injection. The Co2 well that's been drilled already, have you confirmed that the cement is properly isolating that injection zone in that well?
Yes.
Okay.
That well's had to use it from top to bottom.
Okay. And I believe that you used CO2 resistant cement in the first stage, correct?
Correct.
And is that your intent in the subsequent wells also?
Correct.
To use that same?
It was corrosive sim to, I believe, 3,200 feet where the DV tool is.
Okay. And have you had any thief zones or zones that you believe need to be monitored?
The only issues we've had thus far drilling have been in the very shallow sections of the mine, as we're drilling on reclaimed mine land. So we've had lost circulation issues in the first 200 feet. Beyond that, we haven't had any. We haven't had any trouble. We've managed to circulate cement to surface on the number one without any trouble. We got surface casing on the 4 cemented to surface without any trouble. So.
Okay, so
Not that
on
we've
either one
seen.
of those wells, did you have cement drop where you had to go on a 1 inch to the top?
On the Fox Hills well, the Fox Hills monitoring well at the Co2 1 location, we had to come back in and do a 1 inch top job.
Okay.
That's the 2,000 foot Fox Hills well.
Okay, thank you.
And Bruce, just to answer your earlier question, it would be in our intent, anytime we have to pull one of these wells, we will be running a UCID and a pulse neutron. So I think that the wording was just backwards. Our intent was that we would go no longer than 5 years without running it. But I think you're right in that sentence. It should say not less than 5.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, anything further, Mr. Bender?
Not at this time.
Would you want to address supplements now or the timeline for that?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. I figured a period of time to leave the record open for supplements.
Yeah, just a moment. How much time do you think we need to get all those supplements? I don't know if do you have to submit anything then? I don't think you do. 2 weeks. 2 weeks? I don't have a calendar in front of me.
2
now.
weeks, let's see. I got one here, the 20th. That will be, what, August 3rd? Wednesday, August 3rd?
Is that a Wednesday then?
Yes.
Okay, could we make it that Friday?
Sure.
Okay.
That would be the Friday the 5th, so
Okay.
August 5th.
Thank you.
Record open. Oh, so there have been a request for supplements, and so we're leaving the record open for supplements to be added. Yes, yes.
Well, actually, this meeting won't. I mean,
Well, we're still gonna go on to, the witnesses' chance to write. Okay. I believe that was the,
what I understood is the gentleman was asking if this meeting was going to continue, I thought, to August 5th, and that's
Oh,
not the case.
no.
We're saying that the supplements that we're asking for, that we've requested during the hearing, have to be submitted to us by that date. Okay.
all right. And so I will note that the commission has received some written comments in advance of today's hearing. We have from Scott Skokos, that was received July 12th, 2022. Bruce and Gail Bitterman received July 11th, 2022. Alan Eisenbeiss, June 22nd, 2022. Perry Anderson received June 26th, 2022. And Clyde Eisenbeiss received June 9th, 2022. I guess, first question, is there any objection to including those written comments into the record?
No objection, and I would point out, there's just a couple matters in a couple of the letters that we may want to witness to address, but it'll go very quick.
So do you have any response or comments you want to go through now to those letters, or do you want to wait for?
Probably makes sense in case there's some repetition so that we can address it all at the same time.
Okay. Well, in that case, then, yeah, there are a number of individuals present here today who signed up on the sign-up sheet to testify. Who- Oh,
The last letter I sent was 1 July, that replaced the Broom one.
well, let's see.
On 1 July. You didn't get it?
Yes, do we have no record of a July 1 letter. So, but moving on, I believe he was going to testify in the future here. So there are a number of
Couple people who want to testify.
individuals today who are signed up on a sign-up sheet to testify. We will now move on to their testimony. I'll remind you that the purpose of this hearing is to receive testimony relating to the applications of Dakota Gasification Company in case number 29450, 29451, and 29452. This is not a question and answer session. This is not the time and place to pose questions to the members of the commission staff. Parties are asked not to repeat testimony of others. If you agree with testimony that has been previously provided, instead of repeating it, please indicate that you are in agreement with the previous testimony given. If you have submitted written testimony in addition to your verbal testimony, it is not necessary for you to read the written testimony into the record. If you have information in addition to your written testimony to share, please provide that information and limit testimony of your written comments to a summary or highlight of information you feel is relevant to the issues. So when I call your name from the sign-up sheet, please come forward and sit by the microphone as this hearing is being streamed. You will be sworn in. Please state your name, address, and the organization you are representing, if any. Following your testimony, Mr. Bender will be given a chance to ask some direct questions, and the commission staff will be given an opportunity to ask you questions regarding your testimony. So our first witness, I believe, is Clyde Eisenbeiss. Please come forward. All right, Mr. Eisenbeiss, please raise your right hand.
I already did this, but okay.
Oh, sorry. Just run it through. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is true and correct, to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yep.
Thank you. And I guess as an initial matter, do you have your, that letter that you initially wrote here today?
Well, I should have brought another one copy. I wrote on this one lots of questions I have, so I don't have a clean copy to give to you, but I can certainly. A lot of it's the same, but I've added a lot of things at the end. So.
Sure.
And then you said I can't ask questions.
It can be submitted today. No, you can
I can ask
not
questions.
as
Okay,
of
good.
commission staff.
Not as what?
Not of commission staff. So this is a period of time for you to provide comments
Okay.
for us, for the staff to be making this
Okay.
decision.
Fine. Let's go.
So
What do you want to know?
we'll begin with your testimony.
Oh, you don't want to know? I thought you want to know what my educational background was and where I worked and stuff. You don't want to know that. Okay.
Well, yeah, so back to the original instructions, just your name, your address, the organization you're representing, if any, and then you can begin your
Well, I
testimony.
want to talk with educational. I'm an electrical engineer, University of North Dakota. I started as an electronic design engineer at Texas Instruments, designing radar for the systems for the Navy. I worked at 3M for anti-shoplifting systems and magnetic recording materials, digital magnetic recording, and cochlear implants, device resources sensory hearing to the deaf. I retired from Emerson, and we worked on, my electronic products ended up in oil refineries. The basic rule is you can't blow up an oil refinery. So we use very, very low power. You control a 4-foot wide diameter valve with less power than a 1-watt light bulb. So that's the kind of stuff I've been involved with my whole career, is electronic design. Okay? Okay, well, I have many, many questions that came out as I'm hearing all these things. The first one is it true that the North Dakota legislature, yesterday, the North Dakota legislature decided that they can take our assets away from us, our minerals?
So, again, this is not a question and answer period for the commission.
Look, someone should be able to answer the question. Is it true that North Dakota legislator said, hey, someone else can control your minerals? I mean, that's, mineral rights are just, if you read my brother's, he talks about how we own the land from the center of the earth to heaven, and it doesn't really, how somebody say, whoops, sorry, we can take care of your asset or your minerals, someone else can do it. Why wouldn't someone answer that question? Is that true that the legislature did in fact make a law that allows someone else to remove our minerals? You don't know.
This is a question, this is a comment period, a period of time for public comment, not a question and answer period.
Yeah, but
Clyde, one thing that I should mention is that we certainly are willing to meet with you and talk with you about some of these questions. It's not that we don't want to answer them, it's that it's not the right forum and venue to have us ask questions. We're here to gain information and give comments.
Well, that's a question you guys should research.
So we can
because,
certainly
yeah.
meet with you afterwards.
Yeah, well, you don't have to, but that should be one thing that you guys talk among yourselves. Does the government of North Dakota have the right to take away someone's property? And that's a really good question, because I'm not aware of any place that allows a state to take, unless you don't pay your taxes, that's different. But if someone did that, I don't think that's even legal. So I'm wondering why I even have this hearing, because why is this even considered until we get everyone's approval saying, well, now it's mineral rights, this is because it's a surface owner. It's absurd. It affects the mineral rights. Okay, sorry. One thing to discuss. It's on record now, too, so. Okay, what else? This whole thing started when I was invited by Basin Electric to sign a seismic testing of stuff. And I don't know if you know who Bruce Fulker is, but he was there. And I said, we're going to put the CO2. And he said, well, it'll be 1 to 2 miles down. I said, was that where the Bakken Formation is? He said, no, that's 2 to 3 miles. Well, then I got a map from Basin Electric that shows it's 1 to 2 miles, not 2 to 3 miles. So he lied to me. And I could prove that by emails. I sent emails right away to Sean O'Lauber, who works at Basin Electric. He says, have you reported this to the president of Basin Electric? No response. I wrote another thing, no response. So it tells me that guy lied to me. So right away I don't trust anything they say or do, because dishonest people, I don't trust people like that. So let's continue. By the way, have all your members been given this map? It was included with the letter I sent.
Yes, that's still including your letter, yes.
Yes.
Yep, you did.
At some point I can email to you, or I can email maybe faster if I sent the actual letter, the second letter that I sent, because I found little things that I added to the letter. That's why it's in there. Okay. Let's talk about modeling. Do you realize and understand that so many times models are not correct? As an example, per global warming modeling, part of the U.S. be underwater right now. Well, it never happened. Models will predict and produce results that the code writer writes, and they can get the model to produce any result you want. So models can't be believed. The second thing I was telling in this particular session was hearing that, oh, well, we had to use a different model. Hey, here's a different model, probably because this one didn't even want the answer they wanted, so they changed another model to get the answer they wanted. So the model statements to me are just totally, I wouldn't trust anything that's model say, because you can write the model, who writes the code writer for that model can write it and get any results you want. So modeling, actual proof is better. A photograph proves it. A model, no. And you hear about the oceans rising and it's going to flood so much of the land, much of the country. Well, yeah, Florida has sinkholes. Yeah, so Florida's sinking. But the water ain't rising because there was every place in the country, in the world, would be flooded with water, not just Florida. So you really have to take that with a grain of salt, because models are not always accurate, and many times are wrong. Okay. Have all mineral rights owners been given the Bakken formation? That's a question that should be asked, because I think they all should be given the Bakken formation information, the map that I just gave to you. That comes from Basin Electric. I may have said that already. And I saw an article in the Beulah Beacon newspaper. It talked about how there was someone from EEOC there and other people telling the farmers, not a single one told them in the newspaper article that they could lose their gas and oil under their land right now. If it's 20 years from now or 100 years from now, their kids or grandkids would lose that money. They'd get nothing. So is that really good for them to disperse and inject this CO2 to cause it for them to lose money? And who's going to pay for them when that happens? How about the mineral rights? I've never gotten this. It asks for a Broom Creek formation elevation, similar to this map. Have all you guys seen this? Some of you have not. It looks like I'm seeing no head shaking, so please tell everybody if you don't mind. But there's no Broom Creek formation. What's the Broom Creek formation like? Where is it? Is it above or below the Bakken? Where's it at? Can I ask that question at least? Because my questions deviate depending on if it's above or below. Is Bakken above or below Broom Creek? No?
You know, as it was testified to, the Bakken is I don't know if it's 1,000 feet or 2,000 feet below this injection zone.
So Bakken is below. Okay. So is the oil company
and again, Clyde, yeah. You know, as the examiner indicated, this isn't a question and answer, but we're certainly willing to meet with you and answer these questions. And go.
Well, I'd rather hear the public hear about this too, and not just you.
Well, we've got to follow the law and what the examiner told us.
The laws are written against us, so we shouldn't be allowed to testify. Okay, fine. But that really should be the Bakken formation should be given to the people. All of them should be told that, hey, you could in fact lose oil and gas. You could lose it. They should be given a Broom Creek formation. I've heard about the high percentages. Well, that's because the law, apparently the legislature's laws has changed and says, hey, North American Coal can do everything they want to because they own more land than you do. But it has nothing to do with mineral rights. Mineral rights are different than the land surface. And for the legislature to pass a law that takes property away from people it's absurd. It makes no sense. This should actually be challenged. I would request that the commissioners take this to the federal court and let them decide if a state legislatures can take away people's property rights or any property they have without due cause. I'd be ready to hear I'd be good if you guys took it to the federal court and asked that basic question, because that affects everything. Because if they can't do that, this hearing is moot. It doesn't matter because they can't do it. They can't just go on our land and just pump away CO2. Okay. 3D data. I think I heard that they did drill some holes. So why don't they drill holes in many places to get the exact formation of the depth of the bucket of the Broom Creek? What are the elevations? What's the elevation? What's the lay of it? Top, bottom, and they just drill in all the corners and stuff and find out and tell us. Okay. Is it possible there's an opening between Bakken and Broom Creek? Is it possible? Is it possible that pressurizing the CO2 can break through to the Bakken? Is that possible? And they were comment about earthquake. Well, it's not going to happen. Okay. You can guarantee that? You're willing to put all your assets into that to say, hey, I know there will be no earthquakes at all, guaranteed. That's a really good question to ask those folks. There's the permit application. First of all, the docs that access NDCC 382210. I forgot the exact detail of that, but I know I've heard about a permit application, section 8.1, that grants access to the surface of a landowner. Total access. If they want to put a building on it, they can. The farmer just can't farm it. That should not be allowed. You can't have someone else come in and sign a permit saying, hey, you get on my land for free, and you put anything on you want, and you go hold where you want and do it. That makes no sense at all. I mean, why is that even considered? I mean, I moved back to North Dakota because of this. I mean, my last job was in Iowa. I came back to North Dakota because it's one of the most honest states in the country, I thought. Until I hear stuff like this, it's like, good grief, are the people, are the legislators getting money for their money or just election campaigns or whatever? What's happening? Why are suddenly they're interested in not helping us, the citizens, instead of helping coal companies and oil companies? Well, I shouldn't say anything about oil companies, nothing bad they've done, but the CO2 thing just makes no sense. Okay. Yeah, and then who grants the authority for them to access surface land? I'm not aware of any NDCC law that allows someone access to surface land if they don't own it. So why is it even considered? Why is it in their permit saying, hey, you sign a permit there for me to have access to your land, and so we put a building on here, and that's, climb around it, It makes no sense at all. I'm near the end of my questions. Okay. I ran out of paper. Okay. Are you going to read all the letters to the group here?
No, those are included in the record.
Yeah, but will these other people hear the questions? There's a lot of good comments by those people. I'd like to hear them. I think everybody else some people would like to hear those questions or comments too, because what's good to hearing if only you guys keep it secret to yourself. I think you should, I'm just making a comment, I think you should read it to everybody, or publicize it or mail it to everybody, however you want to do it. Okay. If testing shows a leak, how will they fix it? How will they even know where to fix it? That's a question to ask them. How do they fix a leak? I just don't, maybe ways that every employee of Basin Electric and every employee of ERC pledge that if anything happens, any testing shows a leak, automatically they forfeiture all their assets, all of them, to the mineral rights owners. If they're guaranteed that they know that's not going to leak, why do they put their money where their mouth is? They guarantee it. Hey, I understand it's not going to leak. I guarantee it. Okay? Put your money on the table. Sign a document saying if any leak happens, all your money goes to the landowners, or to the mineral rights owners. Forget the landowners. There's other stuff like, I'm hearing about pipe and rock and stuff. I didn't hear about welding. I don't think pipe welds to rock. And put concrete around, but that stuff can split and break too. Yeah, they can sure, but is it 100% guaranteed? They're only 100% guarantees. They put the CO2 where there is no Bakken formation. That's very important. If they put it where there's no Bakken formation, not a problem. By the Bakken formation, and that goes as far east as Turtle Lake, I think, or someplace. If they go someplace outside that area, no problem. But doing it on near CO2, and no matter what the models say about, well, we test the models say this, and models say this, and models say this, and then we switch another model because that one didn't get the right results. They didn't say that last part, but they simply switched models. That tells me I can't believe what the models are saying. It makes no sense at all. So will they in fact guarantee that they are 100% sure and they don't mind putting all their assets on and put an escrow for 500 years, and so if anything ever happens, landowners get, the mineral rights owners get all their money, and if the guarantees don't happen, there's no risk on their part. They know it's not going to happen. An earthquake will never happen. There's all these things. So I'd like to see them put money on the table and expect people to take a loss because of things they did. And I still really know, I'd like to hear them say how they were going to, if the leak occurs, how will they find it? Where will they find it? Where's it even located? I don't see how they can do it. Maybe they can. I'm not a geological engineer, but it doesn't matter. Okay. I think we've covered all the things with my scribbling here, so any questions?
Would you like to offer that second letter to submit today for into evidence?
I don't have it with me. I can get home and email it today yet, yes, but I don't have a clean copy. I wrote all over it not knowing I should have brought a clean copy. I assumed you guys all got it already.
So if I give you a week to supplement?
Gee, it's been 19 days though, the 1st of July. That's 19 days. That's more than 2 weeks. You should have got it by now. Give me your email address. I'll email this afternoon. Give me your email address and I'll email it this afternoon.
We'll leave the record open for 1 week for you to send that.
Well, okay, well, I don't, except the post office doesn't come every day anymore. It's another story, but it's not, your scope of issues. But I'd rather just email it to you so you guarantee that you get it. That's a very sure, and then a response back saying, hey, we got the letter, thank you.
The email sounds, that will work perfectly. It's very acceptable.
Okay, email them, great, okay.
We'll begin with, I guess, questions. Mr. Bender?
Yeah, just one or two questions,
sure.
Mr. Eisenbeis. Your letter dated June 6, 2022, and I quote, "My siblings and I own farmland and mineral rights north of Beulah," and then you list some townships and ranges. I'm going to show you Exhibit A to the storage agreement, and that is a map that outlines the storage area. Can you tell me if you own any land in the storage area?
I'm glad I have the numbers written down because I don't have them memorized. What is 145?
No, I'm just talking about your lands now, not
I know,
your
I'm,
siblings.
well, we share all the land, and we own some of the land, and we have a lot of mineral rights, partial mineral rights, and have a lot of brothers.
I'm not talking about
sisters.
minerals, I'm talking about surface.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know about the surface thing until I just heard it last night. I didn't know there was a surface issue at all. We own 1/4. I know that already.
Okay, so you own no surface interests within that storage area?
Well, let's see, let's find. 145-88 West, Section 3. Should have a map on here so I can see where the roads is. Where's 1804 in here? Okay, here's that's mining going on. It looks to me 145. That's not for sure. 146. Sorry to hold you up. I didn't know I was going to be asked this question.
No, that's fine.
Be helpful if you showed me where Lake Sakakawea is and where 1804 is. I don't see 1804
That's
on
fine.
here.
I mean, I thought you might know, but if you don't know, that's just.
Well, I just, I'm not used to color maps. I normally see a black and white picture that shows the sections and lines and stuff, and I didn't know I was supposed to separate the mineral rights from the landowners. I didn't know about the North Dakota law,
Thank you.
Okay.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
Clyde, can you tell us where you own the surface on this letter that you sent us on June 6th?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I mean,
I've not memorized the numbers.
So
it's a quarter of land. I tell you right now. You know where Lucille Seiler lives?
Do you know if it's in Section 3?
If it's what? Oh, thank you. I got some help here. Thank you. Okay, it's this is Township 146, Range 88, is it? And we're section. It's section. I mean, it's section 34. I know it's section 34. Yeah, here, okay. 146-88, section 34. Split to half. That's a long story, but we own the whole quarter. I mean, my siblings own that whole quarter, the surface of that quarter. Now, is that on this map? He doesn't have the map anymore, so. Is 146 146 is up here, 88, section, yeah, right here, that's our line right there. Section 34, it says. 146, 88, 146, 88, 34. Yep. Have you
So
given that?
your ownership is the, Clyde, the northwest quarter of 146/88/34.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm sorry, Northwest Court, I should add it too, yeah. Yeah. In a sense, I'm representing Wayne Eisenbeiss, who owns a quarter south of that, and I don't know, is Lyle on the, is above section 34, that's my cousin Lyle too. He's in section, he ends the south, or the south end of section 27. Now, I don't know if it goes to Lucille Sollers or not. Lucille Soller is in section 28. He's took the map, so I don't know. Because the one thing I saw in here was that I heard a comment saying that nobody lives there. Well, Lyle lives out there half time, and Lucille Soller lives out half the time. In fact, she's there, goes to Texas and south, and moved back to her farm in her farmhouse in the north. I mean, in the summertime. So when I heard there's no one living there, well, that's not quite true. And I think there could be, well, Wayne doesn't live out there, but I think that Uncle Art's land, I think someone's out there, has a house even. I'd question them about the comment that someone made that no one lives out there. I don't think that's true.
Were there further questions from commission staff?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a comment, Clyde, and that is, I've made extensive notes here, and we do have your letter, and we'll have a recorded
I will rewrite
version
that
of your
letter.
testimony.
If you don't mind, I'll rewrite that letter and add all the other things in here to give you one, so it's all in one readable. I can't write and you can't read, so.
Yeah, very good. I don't know how many commission orders you've read, but they always contain an extensive amount of findings before the conclusion and order. So we will endeavor to address your questions and concerns in the findings of the order.
Okay.
That's not something we do in a dialogue today, but when concerns are brought up at a hearing by a party to the case, then we address them in the findings of the order.
Good. Can you make it fit in one page?
That I doubt will be possible.
I'm just thinking 100-page manual. In industry, in college, they teach you to write lengthy reports. In industry, we want one page. 2 sentences per paragraph. I mean, that's key because people will read it and understand it. If it's lots of words, no one's going to read it even. So
I've seen some of our findings that were more than a page, but
that's a request to get make it fit on one page because, like I said, it's understandable then because if you use legal language, legalese language. Who understands that? I mean, I don't know the history of all the law words they use and stuff. These plain, simple words, and 2 sentences per paragraph would be better yet. Okay, I'm sorry.
Promise there, but we will address your questions and concerns in the findings of the order.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. And what do you want? I got an email here. Oh, Cattermas. You're from Dickinson? Oh, okay. Yeah, I know Cattermas is in college, so.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah, okay.
And we have one more witness here, Mary Ricker. I know it might be repetitive, but I'll have you do the same. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please give your name, address, and organization you represent, if any.
I'm Mary Ricker, and I live in Piedmont, South Dakota, but we have mineral rights and land that we own in North Dakota. My husband is a native of North Dakota, and I am here, and my comments will be very brief, but I'm here just as a representative of those of us who are not surface owners, but we own mineral rights And we understand the connection between the surface owners and the pore space. And so we understand that in some respects, we may not be as involved in this operation, and yet our interests that we own have a great deal of risk that is also represented here. Some of what I'm saying is going to be in response to what Clyde said, but we also sought legal counsel before we came today, and the legal counsel that we sought suggested to us that actually our mineral rights will pretty much be condemned or made null by this operation, because we are concerned about what may be in the Bakken Formation that is under the Broom Formation, and any kind of retrieval of that those minerals will be made much more difficult because of the actions that you're taking here. Because even if, as Amanda said, you can drill through it or you go around it, all of those actions are going to be more costly than it would be to do a direct retrieval. And so we believe that probably there would be a real economic impact to those of us who have those mineral rights and may never be able to exercise them because of this. We understand that it is, that the surface is controlled primarily by large commercial concerns like Co2, and there will be an economic impact that will be positive for them. But in terms of our interests, this action is probably going to be something that is negative. And I understand that this isn't a time that we should ask questions, but at this point, I guess I don't even understand what kind of monetary compensation there may be for surface owners, and if there is going to be any protection at all allowed for those of us who have mineral rights. I guess I'm just kind of summarizing maybe what Clyde said, and that is that we do feel that there should be some protection for those people that own the mineral rights. And that is basically what I have to say. I don't know that there'd be any questions from it, but I'd be glad to try to answer it. Our legal counsel did think that it was important that we put this into the record.
Thank you. Mr. Bender, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions.
Any questions from commission staff?
Mary, do you have a legal description for where your minerals are located, like a section, township, range?
My husband can stand up and give them to you.
And could you submit that or give it to us?
45, range 88, section 10 and section 11.
You'll have to come up to a mic so we can get that on record.
Okay. Yep.
I'm more used to talking to horses.
Yep, sure. Yeah.
Yes,
Go ahead and
please.
hit that mic button.
Our description of the land is Township 145, Range 88, north half of Section 10, northwest quarter of Section 11, and I know I was born there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That may matter in terms of when we look at this, so thank you.
Sure. Okay.
Any further questions from staff?
Okay, thank you for an opportunity just to express our concern.
Thank you. All right. Anything further, Mr. Bender?
I would like an opportunity to recall Amanda and Mike to address a couple issues in the letters, but and perhaps maybe one or two things that were raised in the testimony.
Okay.
As provided.
We can
Okay.
bring Amanda and Mike back.
Mike?
Are you going to allow the letter author? Okay.
Mr. Examiner, I understand one letter that the commission received is a letter dated July 12th, 2022, and looks like it may be from the Dakota Resource Council. Is that who that's from? Okay. Amanda, I'm going to direct your attention to that particular letter. And the second paragraph talks about the fact that you haven't looked at any site-specific data. Can you respond to that, please?
Yes, so site-specific lithofacies and petrophysical properties were acquired from that Co2 1 stratigraphic test well and were used as control points in the geologic model. In addition, we looked at legacy 2D data and newly acquired 2D seismic data in the site. In addition to acquiring the site-specific data, as previously mentioned, the historical A&G injection into the Broom Creek gives us further confidence that the Broom Creek is an ideal storage reservoir zone for this project and for injection of CO2.
The only other thing I would point out on this particular letter, Mr. Examiner, is the third paragraph. There is a comment about the fact that we should provide more information in terms of how DGC will work with local responders. We believe that Claude O'Berry actually provided that information in his testimony, so we don't think it's necessary to go into any further detail on that. We do not have any comments with respect to the 7/5/2022 letter from Bruce Bitterman. There is then a letter dated June 21, 2022, and that is from Alan Eisenbeis, and I was just going to have Mike perhaps address one issue, and that's in paragraph 1. Mike, do you have that in front of you? That letter?
Just give me 1 sec here, I
Okay.
can find it. Okay. Yes.
That first paragraph to me seems to suggest that you were picking up leases for $500, and the letter seems to suggest that that's just a ridiculously low, I shouldn't say suggests, it says it's a ridiculous low offer. Is that correct? Can you explain?
No, that is not a correct statement. That's actually misleading. The $500 was only for survey permission to do seismic activity. That's the only stage we were at that time.
Okay. The next document that's going to be entered into the record, I understand, is an email from Perry Anderson dated June 26th. I'm not really sure that this is particularly directed at DGC. It seems like it's more directed towards the Industrial Commission, and this individual is unhappy that the seems to be unhappy that the Industrial Commission made a grant or a loan of some funds to some entity, so we don't have any comment with respect to that. And then the letter from Mr. Eisenbeis dated June 6, 2022. I'm just going to refer to the fourth paragraph on page 1 and address a question to Amanda. Amanda, this seems to indicate that this project will have a negative impact on the development of oil and gas, and particularly the Bakken Formation. And I know you discussed this in your previous testimony, but perhaps you could give us just a summary as to why you believe that the project will not impact any oil and gas development generally, and specifically the Bakken Formation.
So the Broom Creek Formation at this site is about 2,000 feet shallower, so 2,000 feet above the Bakken Formation. The CO2 injected into the Broom Creek Formation will be contained within the Broom Creek Formation by the upper and lower confining zones, and there's no 3D seismic in addition, or 2D seismic in addition to looking at any fluid migration pathways in the upper confining zone. We're also looking for any potential fluid migration pathways or such as faults below the Broom Creek as well, in terms of looking at the risk of induced seismicity. And so there's no fluid migration pathways between the Bakken Formation and the Broom Creek that could allow potential fluids from the Broom Creek to migrate in any sort of way down to the Bakken. There is, I'd like to note about current day or historical Bakken day production within the Exhibit 1 itself. We do discuss the closest Bakken production well in section 2.6 is located approximately 10.8 miles to the west of the Co2 well, and it's no longer in operation. That is the furthest east Bakken production well that's close to this project. Most of the Bakken production is located west of the site, a significant difference, or distance, sorry.
Now, Amanda, have you ever heard when geologists or sometimes petroleum engineers will talk about how the Bakken hasn't developed in this area? I think that's the term they use, or maybe there's another more specific term. Can you describe what that means in terms of the depth of the Bakken and why there probably would not be any Bakken development in this area? I think actually the word they use is mature, that the Bakken isn't mature in this area. Can you explain that for us?
Yeah, so there's several studies that are published in the permit. We cite two of them, Bergen 2012 and Theloy 2016, that have studied the Bakken Formation and the hydrocarbons within the Bakken Formation and determined that the mature hydrocarbons, which are of a quality sufficient to be economic and to be produced, only occur within the Bakken within a certain regional extent. And so this project site is to the east of where the Bakken Formation, as of today, is known to be economically viable.
And does part of it have to do with the heat that is generated from the depth of the Bakken Formation?
Correct. This project is on the eastern portion of the Williston Basin, where the formations are shallower. So where the Bakken is producing hydrocarbons, it is deeper in the basin, where it had the appropriate environment for the hydrocarbons to be thermally matured.
So in other words, the formation, it's coming out of the basin, so it's getting shallower. If it were more in the center of the basin, it would be deeper and it would be mature.
Correct.
Michael, I'm going to direct your attention to what was previously marked as Exhibit 2. I didn't have an opportunity to write down all of the names, but Mr. Eisenbeis did mention, I don't know if he said they were siblings, but they were probably relatives. Perhaps you had an opportunity to write some of those names down. Can you identify some of those individuals he mentioned and then indicate, based on this exhibit, whether those individuals have leased or not leased?
Sure. So the three names that he had mentioned was Wayne Eisenbeis, Lyle Eisenbeis, and Lucille Seiler, and we do have signed pore space leases from all three of those.
Lucille Seiler said that she did not sign anything.
I know, she told me she's spreading that out to stir people up, but I have a signed agreement from her.
We can save.
I've known her since high school, so don't tell me that.
Yeah.
Sitting across from my grandparents, she said she would not sign anything. There's many things she objects to.
I'm going to ask that those statements be strucken from the record.
Well,
It's important to note that they don't. Lyle said, well, just take
Mr. Eisenbeis, the statements will be struck, but as these are comments directly on Mr. Eisenbeis's letter here, I think he should be given an opportunity to ask some questions of your witnesses.
That's fine.
So I guess we'll let you continue your direct examination.
I don't have any more questions for my witnesses at this point in time.
And I suppose, Mr. Eisenbeis, if you had some questions, please approach him, Mike.
Oh, they're going to stay here?
If you want to sit in that seat right in front. Oh.
This slide over when else? Oh, just go ahead. Okay. Okay. Well, I don't know, excuse me. It's on.
And if you have any questions based off that
Well,
testimony.
a number of things here. One of them, I don't know why Lucille would say that, because I don't know why she's really upset with everybody that there. She's really upset with North American Coal and they just flooded her land again and discharged water. I mean, it's a long list of stuff for that.
Mr.
So,
Examiner,
go ahead.
I think this is an opportunity for him to ask questions, not make another statement.
Yes, so you've had
Okay.
your opportunity to testify, so this will be a chance for
Okay.
you to ask questions of these witnesses based off the testimony they just gave.
Yeah, okay. The Bakken Formation, yes, extends as far, is it on?
So, Yep, no, so a
Yeah, the-
question that you have.
Well, the Bakken Formation goes way beyond, it was like the Turtle Lake or someplace. And sure, there may not be so much oil and it's just gas, but that's, who knows, who's gonna predict the future, know what gas is gonna.
Objection, no question.
Sustained, it has to be in the form of a question that you're asking these witnesses.
Okay, how do you know that, I'll get it eventually. You're gonna have to do a lot of deleting on the records. How do you know that gas will not produce more money in the future? There's natural gas clear the Turtle Lake.
At this time, we don't, but we did provide in testimony how future operators could produce hydrocarbons from the Bakken in the future if that environment exists.
But how do you know that, would you be willing to put all your assets, sign a legal document, 100% of your assets go to the mineral rights owners if they discover and the price of natural gas goes up and they go? In fact, Mary Ricker just said that they won't even, I have to make a statement, not a question, but I have to ask.
He's got to ask a question.
No, I shouldn't have. I want to state because what she said was that they,
Sustained.
let me finish, please.
I'm the hearing examiner here. It
Okay.
has to be in the form of a question to these witnesses.
Okay, did you hear Mary Ricker state that oil companies will not drill if they put CO2 there? Did you hear her state that? It's on record.
If you know, if you heard it.
I believe she said that it could potentially cost more money for producers to drill there.
She said that, but she said they will not drill there. They have to go inside or something. They won't go through the CO2 filters, is what she said.
I'm going to object. She answered the questions. He's being argumentative.
Okay, let Mary ask then. Ask Mary the question. Ask Mary if she said that. Can you ask her?
That's not the purpose of this hearing. It's your opportunity to ask questions based off of.
Well, if she says something's not true, what can I do? I mean, Mary Ricker said that, in fact, it's not a question, but she did in fact state that. Did you hear her say that? I'll ask you then. Did she say that the oil companies will not drill there?
The record speaks for itself, Mr. Eisenberg.
But she just said that she didn't say that.
So
That's perjury, probably.
I'm going to object to that.
Go ahead.
Again, sustained.
No decision. Can't make a decision. I know. But I know her. I heard her say it. So. Okay.
Yeah, I object to the fact that he's saying she perjured herself. I mean, she answered a question, and I don't like these false allegations that are being made.
My apologies. I'll ask
and
directly.
answer.
Did you hear Mary say that the oil companies will not drill there?
Asked and answered.
She didn't say that. She just said they cost more money.
She answered your question.
No, she said they cost more money. She said nothing about not drilling
I'll
there.
withdraw my objection.
Did you hear that testimony?
I don't remember the specific verbiage. I believe she implied that the increased cost could prevent operators from wanting to drill.
Okay, will you call her up here and let her answer that?
She has already provided her testimony.
But she said not what she said. Okay, fine. You can take your action you want to, but she said specifically that a legal attorney told them yesterday that oil company will not drill there.
And there is a record that the commission can refer to.
Okay. Will all of the, our ERC or Basin Electric, who are you with? Who are you with?
I'm with the ERC.
Okay, good. Would all of the ERC employees sign a legal document so that if a leak ever occurs, they will give 100% of their assets to the mineral rights owners?
Two objections. One calls for speculation. Second of all, it's argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay, would you do that?
Argumentative.
What's it's a question.
It's
Argumentative.
How's it argumentative? Okay,
again
fine.
sustained. It's
Yeah, okay, fine. But the point I'm trying to drive through is that if they know it's guaranteed that it will not cause any problems for the mineral rights folks, that they will pony up the money to cover the legal costs and the loss of income. Not a question I know, but I'm just telling you what I'm trying to make, that if they feel that strongly about it and guarantee that it's not going to happen, an earthquake won't happen or whatever, that nothing will ever happen, they're guaranteed that nothing will ever happen, they should in fact put money forward and put it in escrow for 500 years or whatever, it doesn't matter, but they should put it in there and tell people, we guarantee you there'll never be a leak. That's what I'd like to see. Sorry,
Thank you, Mr.
my
Evans.
apologies.
Any further questions?
I think you heard enough.
Sure. Mr. Bender, anything further?
No.
Okay.
Any
Sorry,
questions from committee
sorry.
staff?
Actually, this might be a question for Lawrence. You referred to the email from Perry Anderson, and the fact that it appeared to be directed to the commission.
It was Peterson, wasn't it? Or did you say Anderson or Peterson?
Perry L. Anderson.
Oh, okay. Then I misread it. Apologize. Yes, I did refer to that.
Do you know who the subsidiary mentioned in the application is? Or does anyone with Dakota Gasification have that information? I'm not aware of that reference, but I wanted to know if someone with DGC knew what was being referred to there.
I'm speculating, Lynn, but I think what he's asking, or maybe it's rhetorical, I don't know, but is Bakken Energy a subsidiary of Basin or DGC? I think that's what he's getting at, because he then, I think it was Bakken Energy that received a $80 million loan and a $10 million grant from the Clean Sustainable Energy Authority. And I think that's where he's going with this. And since Basin nor DGC had anything to do with that request or making a decision whether it should be granted or denied, I just didn't think it applied to DGC or Basin.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
All right. And that will conclude the hearing in cases number 29450, 29451, and 29452.